for anyone who has found their way through darkness. Content warning. References to emotional trauma, PTSD, physical and sexual assault against a woman, alcoholism, robbery. 1. Rain pattered against the window next to the table at the new trendy restaurant in the heart of New York City. A glass of the finest Merlot paired with a filet mignon awaited Nessa Hale. Everything in the restaurant, from the shiny silverware to the finely dressed waitstaff, set the stage for a perfect date night that could be highlighted in the latest issue of Cosmopolitan. Only this date sucked. No, scratch that. The guy sucked. Dr. Mitchell Graff was the it guy, the youngest and brightest vascular surgeon at Mount Sinai. Mitchell had it all. His deep brown eyes captivating Nessa as soon as he set them on her, a smile that took her breath away, and a body hardened with muscle that made her fingers ache to trace the lines. She should have been melting in her chair, but despite his undeniably good looks and accomplishments, there wasn't a bit of warmth anywhere in her body. Most of all, not between her legs. Reaching for her glass of wine for the 20th time after he'd continued talking about himself. "The case was complex," said Mitch, before shoving a piece of steak into his mouth. "But I held that man's heart in my hand and made it work again." "That's great." She set her wine glass down, tasting the dark cherry undertones on her tongue. "I'm sure the man's family was really grateful to you." Mitch glanced up from his plate, his brows drawn tight. "His family?" "Yeah, for saving the man's life," she offered. "I'm sure they were so thankful for you." He blinked as if the thought had simply not occurred to him. "I imagine they were. Nurses said as much." Nessa hadn't known much about Mitch before this date, only that he'd taken out a few nurses at the hospital before her. That should have been her first red flag. She valued a good doctor. She loved working alongside them as an emergency room nurse. But Mitch wasn't just a good doctor. He had a God complex. Every single word that dripped from his lips was about his greatness for saving a life, rather than his gratitude. Nessa was over it. His phone suddenly rang. "Dr. Graff?" he said once he answered. Yeah, all right, I'm on my way." Sliding his phone back into his pocket, he wiped his face with his napkin and dumped it onto his plate, regardless that there was still half his dinner on the plate. "That was the hospital. They need me for surgery." "Of course," she said, restraining her breath of relief that soon this date would end. With confident steps that looked more arrogant now than powerful, he moved to her and dropped a quick kiss on her cheek. "I'll get the next dinner." He threw her his charming grin that had once won her over. Then she was staring at the back of his head as he left the restaurant. "Unbelievable!" She scoffed, picking up her wine glass and polishing off the rest of the wine, then reached over and drank back the rest of his too. "The date didn't go well." Nessa lowered her glass and said to the waitress, "No first date ever goes well." She grabbed his plate and cut off the portion of steak where he'd eaten. He hadn't touched his baked potato or veggies. The waitress laughed quietly. "Girl, I feel that." Nessa returned the smile and then held up the plate. "Do you mind packing this up for me?" She offered her plate too. "Mine too. And I'll take the bill, please." "He didn't even pay?" the waitress asked, brows lifted. They never do. Though a date not paying hadn't been the worst of her string of bad dates lately. She'd had one date where the man's ex-girlfriend showed up and threw a fit. The last man she dated a couple of months back had been a stage 5 clinger. It had taken her 2 weeks to get him to stop texting. Nessa paid for the meal with her credit card, cursing the steak dinners. She'd need to eat salad for the rest of her dinners this week and skip breakfast. That one dinner cost her a week of groceries. What a jerk! With her carry-out containers in hand, she headed out the door, greeted by the always confusing mix of big city smells. With restaurants in abundance and street meat vendors on either side of the road, the air was infused with delicious aromas, though nothing could cut through the wretched scent of garbage, only amplified by the rain. Opening her umbrella, she managed to get under it quickly. The cold rain splashed up on her bare legs as she headed down the street. The nights were getting longer as autumn was stretching into the coming winter months. She hugged her coat around herself and contemplated hailing a taxi to get home sooner, but her apartment was only a half-dozen blocks away. Besides, after what she'd spent on dinner, paying for a cab ride was a luxury at this point. Cursing Mitch's charm, she headed out into the night, walking as fast as she could muster to get home. The rain only grew harder with every step she took, pounding against the umbrella. Soon she came to the corner where Jerry lived, with his few belongings, in a small tent that she bought for him. "Jerry," she called outside the tent.
"Miss Nessa, is that you?"
he asked in his gravelly voice. "It is. I've got dinner for you." He unzipped the tent and stuck his head out.
"What's on the menu tonight, sweet girl?"
She offered him Mitch's dinner. Steak and potatoes, very posh and delicious.
"Thank you, Miss Nessa."
He accepted the box, smiling with his few teeth and dirty fingers.
"God bless you."
"Enjoy, Jerry," she said, walking away. She'd tried on many occasions to get him into a shelter, but Jerry wouldn't have it. Instead, she did what she could for him. He preferred alcohol to comfort, and Nessa knew deep down that she helped him because her father died of alcoholism. She didn't read too much into it. She liked Jerry and was happy to help when she could. Intent on getting home and out of the rain, she hurried her steps and took the next turn, which led down a quiet, empty street. Lights were dimmer here. The noise and busyness of the city got quieter. Most times she appreciated that. Tonight, though, unease slipped deep in her gut. Stopping halfway down the quiet street, she turned back, spotting the cars driving by. She looked in all the dark corners, and nothing jumped out at her, but something felt like it was crawling over her skin, her instincts blaring a warning at her. She waited and held her breath. The only sound was the rain hammering against her umbrella. "You are losing it, girl." She rolled her eyes at herself and blew out the breath she'd been holding. "Get it together, Nessa," she murmured to herself. She took a step forward, and only then did she realize the path forward wasn't empty any longer. The darkness crept inside her, swallowing her whole. The sounds from the busy street faded away to the loud thumps of her heart rate telling her to run. A man wearing a black hoodie and dark pants, as well as a ski mask, blocked her way. Fear froze her to the spot, every alarm in her demanding she escape the danger ahead. Refusing to let fear control her, she threw her umbrella his way and ran as fast as she could muster toward the next busy street, screaming for help. She got only 2 steps. Firm hands gripped her before she fell face first onto the wet pavement. She landed hard, her body screaming out in agony as her face smashed against the hard ground. Blackness crept into her vision as the man lay on her back, pinning her down. "Take whatever you want," she managed. "There's money and my credit cards and my wallet." Silence greeted her, yet his heavy breathing by her ear cut through. In that aroused, cruel sound, she knew instantly. He didn't want her money. The pressure on her back lifted, and he turned her over, pressing against her shoulders. "Help!" she screamed. "Help!" "Shh," he crooned, pressing a leather-gloved finger over her lips. He was too strong, too heavy, too scary, and she bucked under him, trying to free herself. But her efforts were useless against his strength. He said in a voice void of any warmth, "You are mine." Then his lips landed on hers. Instinct had her biting him hard, drawing blood. He cursed, snapping back, and the stars in her eyes came after that. His blow to the side of her face had been delivered with pure efficiency. "You bitch," he snarled. The next blow brought darkness into her vision.
Hey!
A man suddenly called off in the distance.
Hey! Get off her! Call 911!
Footsteps pounded the ground, the savior she'd needed. She heard them coming for her, more than one person. Darkness slowly crept in closer and closer. "Help," she managed to whisper. The heaviness pressing against her vanished, and soon the cruelness was replaced by a man's voice that held all the warmth the other voice was missing.
"You're okay. I've got you. You're okay. Do you hear me? You're okay. Help is on the way."
Ronan Crawford entered the hospital, following his close friends Lottie and Hunt. A half an hour ago, they were having a drink in a hot spot in Midtown Manhattan, a cigar lounge on Fifth Avenue. After they polished off their drinks, they would have ventured down into the underground tunnels, once used to bootleg whiskey, to the exclusive sex club, Phoenix. But they hadn't made it to Phoenix, because they got a call about Nessa's attack. Ronan had gotten a security gig for the club through Hawk, a retired Navy SEAL who Ronan had met during Hell Week. The bond they had created during that week had lasted throughout the years. When Ronan left the military, knowing Hawk had been out after he lost his leg to an explosive, he'd gone to Hawk looking for a job. And damn, did he find a good one. The sex club catered to the elite of New York City society, who partook in voyeuristic fantasies. When Ronan first worked at the club, he only worked security. It only took a month for Ronan to realize he was missing out on some big excitement, and some big money, in not partaking in the shows. Within the walls of Phoenix, every person wore a mask, never revealing their identity. Not even names were spoken in the club, but each member had the option of selecting a show they wanted to watch. The one rule that was enforced was watching only, no touching allowed, unless Reese granted permission as a special treat for certain members every month. Separate rooms were available to those who wished to engage with somebody after a show, or for singles who wanted to hook up. For these sexual fantasies, Reese used ex-military to ensure his club was secure, but military-trained men were crowd favorites. Ronan knew why. Their bodies were in peak physical performance. They were trained to be lethal, dominant, and considering what they've seen in life, anything that brought pleasure was nothing to be ashamed of, which made for shows without restraints or embarrassment. As the hospital doors slid shut behind him, coldness sank deep into his bones as his friends went to the nurse's station. The sound of the doors sliding back open again dropped him into a memory so fast he had to lock his knees to remain upright. Toys littered the room, more toys than Ronan had ever seen in his life. He picked up the soldier and asked, "Where's Mommy?" The lady in the blue dress had tears in her eyes when she knelt in front of him. "Oh, sweetie, your Mommy has gone to heaven." "When's she coming back?" Ronan asked. Tears slid down the stranger's face. "I'm sorry, Ronan, but she's not coming back." A whine and a cold, wet tickle on his hand snapped him into focus. Ronan looked down, finding his PTSD service dog, a black Labrador named Dex, peering up at him with his gentle, dark eyes. Ronan breathed through the emotion instead of swallowing it back like he'd done for years, which had led to debilitating panic attacks. He stroked his dog's head. "Thanks, buddy." He didn't remember much of his mother, even less of her death, but that one memory woke him from a dead sleep sometimes. Apparently, visiting hospitals did the same.
"Ronan."
He snapped to attention, finding Hunt's firm brown eyes on him. Hunt held the air of a military man, with short brown hair and a hard edge that declared he'd seen some bad shit, but he hadn't ever served in the military. He gestured for Ronan to follow him down the hallway. As a homicide detective, Hunt likely spent many hours in this cold space. Ronan hated every second here, but there was a reason he tagged along. "Jesus, Nessa!" Lottie gasped, rushing forward as she took the first step into the hospital room. Hunt's low curse followed. Ronan entered the room, looking for the reason he came to the hospital, and immediately understood. Nessa sat against the pillows on the bed, her face covered in bruises, cuts. Her green eyes, flecked with brown, were dull and flat. Her honey blonde hair was messy around her face, and something inside Ronan broke at the sight of her. She was always as bright as a star shining in the night sky, but all her light was dampened. For weeks now, he'd been telling himself that the flirting he'd done with Nessa was harmless, that he shouldn't enjoy the pinkish hue creeping up her cheeks whenever he spoke to her, that he didn't fucking love when she looked at him with innocent, hungry eyes. But one look at her injured face, and Ronan knew for certain. He was a man who was already invested in this woman, because he wanted to rip apart whoever hurt her. The moment Lottie took Nessa's hand, awareness filled those typically sunny green eyes, flecked with brown. A single tear slid down her cheek. Lottie hugged her and said, "My God, who did this to you?" Nessa returned the hug, gripping Lottie until her knuckles went white. "I don't know." Hunt closed in on the bed and asked in a gentle voice,
"Did you get a good look at him?"
Leaning away from Lottie, Nessa shook her head. "It was dark out. He wore a mask. I didn't see him at all." Ronan clenched his fists, fighting against the urge to hunt this fucker down and make him pay. No woman deserved this, especially not a woman as sweet as Nessa. Hunt asked,
"Have you had any trouble with anyone lately?"
"No," Nessa said softly. "Nothing like that." Her voice trembled, and Ronan couldn't take it any more. He stepped forward.
"What did he take from you?"
he asked. That would give him a lead on how to find the prick. "Nothing," she whispered. Her gaze flicked to Ronan, and he sucked in a deep breath from the fear in her eyes. Eyes that usually were so full of life. The lack of life there began to unravel him. "He didn't take anything. The police found my purse on the ground and gave it back to me." Ronan gritted his teeth as his gaze landed on her cut lip. He'd seen many wounds just like that.
"Did he hit you?"
he asked gently. She glanced at her hands in her lap. Her voice got small. "Backhanded me after I bit his lip." Ronan sucked in a long breath, controlling the fury pulsating in his veins. He pushed his pride ahead of all he felt.
"You did good, Nessa."
Her head snapped up, surprise glistening in her eyes. "It wasn't even a thought," she said. "It was just instinct."
"It was good instinct,"
he told her, giving a firm nod.
"You should be really proud of yourself."
For a second, the warmth returned to her eyes before it was gone just as fast. "Thank you, Ronan," she whispered, her voice shaking. He had never melted in his life, but whenever she said his name, staring at him, he goddamn melted. He forced a small smile back to reassure her, though he was just damn glad to see that life back in her eyes for a moment. The fucker didn't steal that. It had dulled, but it would come back. "I'm just so happy you're okay, Nessa," Lottie said, drawing Nessa's attention away from him. "I can't believe you were attacked." "Me neither. I don't understand any of it." She paused, drew in a visible, long breath. "Someone was looking out for me. I don't think I can ever thank the men who scared the guy off." Tears welled in eyes, and Ronan winced when she looked at him with a quivering bottom lip and said, "I just want to go home." Hunt sidled closer to her.
"Have they said you can be discharged?"
Nessa shrugged. "I think I have to speak to the detectives first." Hunt squeezed Nessa's shoulder, looking softer than Ronan had ever seen him.
"Give me a few. I'll go see if I can hurry that along so you can go home."
"Okay, thanks." Nessa gave a little smile but cringed as the movement creased her split lip. Ronan's gaze met Hunt's as he strode by, and all that softness he'd seen was gone, replaced by a murderous rage that Ronan understood. He glanced down at his dog and gestured to Nessa on the bed.
"Go for a cuddle, buddy. She needs it."
Dex, somehow always understanding what Ronan was saying, trotted over to the hospital bed and jumped up to lay on Nessa's lap. Dex had been so tuned in with Ronan's requests ever since he received Dex from the Canines for Warriors after a crippling panic attack that left him hospital-bound for a few days. Something warmed in Ronan's chest when Nessa wrapped her arms around his dog's neck, as if she'd been given the right to, or felt the extra love that came from Dex. She began crying. Lottie dropped her head on Nessa's shoulder, hugging her tight. Taking that as his cue to leave, Ronan entered the hallway, finding Hunt, talking to 2 detectives near the nurses' station. Ronan took a seat in the hallway, stretching out his legs, hating the smell of this place, the cleanliness, the coldness of the environment, the lack of life there. A few minutes later, Hunt strode his way and took the seat next to Ronan. The 2 detectives entered the hospital room, obviously to get Nessa's statement. Ronan was glad to see that Lottie didn't come out. The last thing he wanted was Nessa to be alone, reliving the hell she'd been through. Hunt cleared his throat, drawing Ronan's attention.
"If I clear it with Archer, can you watch over her until her case is solved?"
he asked. Relief swelled in Ronan's chest. The last thing he wanted to do was leave Nessa alone, and he wasn't sure how he would have broached the subject with her.
"Of course, not a problem." "Good,"
Hunt said with a sigh, running a hand across his eyes.
"I know it will make Lottie feel a lot better. Neither of us can get the time off work."
Hunt was a homicide detective. Lottie was a dog walker and was attending veterinary school.
"As long as Archer and Reese are good with my taking leave from working at the club."
Reese owned Phoenix, and Archer was Phoenix's head of security.
"Then I'm good staying close to her."
Hunt cupped Ronan's shoulder, squeezing tight.
"You'll be good for her to lean on."
Emotion slammed into Ronan, causing him to catch his breath. When he received his honorable discharge from the Navy SEALs after a string of injuries to his spine, back, ankle, and shoulder, and the multiple surgeries that followed, his PTSD had popped up its ugly head. It wasn't from his time in the military. There he'd been focused and knew his why, to protect his country and the good people within it. But without that focus, everything he'd been running from, the memories of his mother's death, haunted him. Ronan could never thank the nursing staff who recognized he was in trouble and got him the help he needed, connecting him with a great therapist and Canines for Warriors. He knew many vets who didn't get that help. But now he had this new life, with a solid group of friends who were quickly becoming his chosen family, alongside his SEAL team, whom he kept in touch with and saw as often as their schedules allowed. Ronan nodded in agreement.
"I'll be there for her."
"Thanks, man." Hunt smiled, giving him a pat on the back. The next 30 minutes were the longest 30 minutes of Ronan's life. He could hear Nessa's soft cries as she retold the most horrible night of her life. And by the time the detectives left the room and said their goodbyes to Hunt, Ronan was nearly crawling out of his skin to get back into the room. He didn't wait for Hunt. He entered and found his dog staring right at him. Ronan froze, the air stuck in his lungs. His dog didn't need words to tell him that the only place he wanted to be right now was with Nessa. And Ronan got that, because he wanted to be there too, which made his head spin. He'd liked flirting with her, but this was something different. He stayed back and only whistled for his dog to return to his side as Nessa was about to get out of bed. It took every ounce of his strength not to go and help her, but he didn't want to get in the way. Lottie followed her into the bathroom. When the door reopened, Nessa wore a pair of scrubs, obviously given to her from the nurse, since her clothes were taken away as evidence of her attack. Hunt led the way out of the room, with Lottie following behind. As Nessa passed, Dex licked her hand, and she stroked his head. Dex looked at Ronan.
"Go on, buddy,"
he told his dog. Trotting to Nessa, his dog stayed glued to her side, and Ronan followed behind, unable to look away from her. Hunt was at her front, Ronan was at her back, his shoulders straightened. No one would get close to her again. The moment they passed the nursing station, a soft, sweet voice called, "Nessa!" She stiffened. Oh, no. Ronan caught her sharp inhale. He jerked his head toward the source, but only found a bald, pale little boy with the lightest blue eyes Ronan had ever seen, wearing Superman pajamas. A slender blonde woman in her mid-30s, looking like she needed a year's worth of sleep, wheeled the IV drip next to the boy. He noted Nessa forcing a smile before she turned to the little boy. "Hi, Ollie." When Ollie caught sight of her injuries, his eyes widened, fear shining in their depths. "I'm okay," Nessa cut in quickly, hurrying to him. She dropped to her knees and took his hands. "It's just bruises and cuts." Ollie didn't even blink. "What happened to you?" he asked. "I was in a car accident," she answered, and Ronan understood the lie was to protect the boy. "But I'm okay, I promise." "Okay," he said slowly. "Gosh, Nessa, how terrible," the woman said, obviously the boy's mother. She placed her hand on Ollie's shoulder. "We're so glad that you're all right." "Thanks," Nessa said, bracing herself to rise. Ronan saw the struggle in the shaking of her arms. He understood the pain, having been injured many times. Hoping he wasn't overstepping, he stepped forward and gently took her arm, helping her to her feet. A quiet moan spilled from her lips before she glanced at him. When those gentle eyes met his, he felt gut-punched again. "Thank you," she said. He inclined his head and then stepped back, his gaze falling to Hunt. Hunt gave a nod of approval, and Ronan let the worry breathe out of him that he shouldn't have touched her. "Okay, Ollie," the mother said to her boy. "We need to get back, and Nessa needs to get home to rest." Ollie nodded at his mother, then came closer to Nessa and hugged her. "Take the medicine they give you. It helps when the pain gets bad." Ronan gut-churned for a whole other reason now. A boy as young as this one, maybe 5 or 6 years old, shouldn't know pain so intimately. Nessa returned the hug. "I'll come see you soon, I promise." "Bye, Nessa," Ollie said with a final wave. The moment they turned the corner, Nessa's smile fell, and a soft cry fell from her lips. "Please get me home." Ronan walked behind her again, and knew he'd do one better. He'd get her home safe. 2. A slobbery lick on Nessa's cheek woke her the following morning. She jolted upright, her heart rate hammering in her ears, and then regretted it as pain nearly had her sinking back into bed. But then she caught sight of Ronan's black Labrador, whom she'd met on a few occasions, whenever she'd been to one of Hunt's game nights. She took a deep breath, letting the panic go, reminding herself that she was home. Warm tones adorned the walls in her bedroom. Pictures of friends and adventures hung on the wall across from the bed. A gold-framed mirror sat above the antique dresser that she'd refinished with a fresh coat of white paint. And the sunlight shining through the window, a sheer curtain twinkling in the warm light of the day, stole the remaining fear. She was safe. "Good morning, Dex," she said, giving him a kiss on his cute, damp nose, no matter the ache on her split lip. Lottie had once told her that Dex was Ronan's service dog, who helped him with PTSD. Last night had been the only time that she'd been around violence, and she was rattled to her core, changed in ways she could sense but couldn't yet understand. She couldn't imagine what Navy SEALs saw and dealt with throughout their service, and how that would alter and shape them after they returned to civilian life. Part of her wanted to stay in bed and process what had happened, and what she'd been through. But she knew better than to hide. A routine had always been good for her, and she wouldn't let whoever attacked her ruin the life she'd built for herself. A life that she worked damn hard to get. Forcing herself, she slid out from under the covers and noticed a glass of water with 2 painkillers waiting for her. She downed both, feeling pain radiating through her cheek and lip, and headed for her bathroom. As she shut the door behind her, she heard the television on out in the living room. Lottie, Hunt, and Ronan must have spent the night last night, after Nessa had cried herself to sleep in Lottie's arms. Nessa was a slug with every step. Her eyes were dry and scratchy, and her throat was bone dry. She'd barely slept, jolting awake every couple of hours, thinking someone was in the room with her. But exhaustion had her falling asleep again quickly. She relieved herself and then braced herself for what she was about to see as she moved closer to the vanity. But she realized, with a single look in the mirror, that nothing could have prepared her for the state of her face. Her bottom lip had been split. She reached up, touched the wound, and cringed. It wasn't the worst split lip she'd seen in the emergency room. Give it a week, and she suspected it'd heal right up. The bruises were another story. The darkest ran from her eyebrow all the way down to the middle of her cheek. A faint bruise was under her jawline. That bastard. A new level of anger stirred inside her as she heard her cell phone ringing. She stepped away from the vanity and returned to her bedroom. She picked up her cell from her nightstand and saw she'd missed the call from her boss, the chief nursing officer. As she sat on her bed, she dialed the phone number. Emily answered on the first ring. "Nessa, my God, are you okay?" "I'm okay. Sorry I missed your call," she said, though as she spoke, even she heard the lack of strength in her voice. "Or I guess I should say I'll be okay. I'm a bit shaken." "Of course you are," Emily said immediately. "I'm so sickened by what happened to you." "Thanks, Emily," Nessa replied, and she meant it. Emily was a top-notch boss. She took care of the nurses at the hospital. Emily rambled on about her feelings on criminals for another couple of minutes. After a heavy sigh, she said, "I've spoken to administration this morning. Since you haven't taken any time off yet this year, you still have 12 paid vacation days. I realize this isn't how you were hoping to spend your vacation days, but being only the middle of the year, I don't suggest dipping into your paid sick time, in case you need that. Would you like to take some vacation time?" "Is that okay?" Nessa asked. Vacation time wasn't always easy to get. There was a hierarchy, and she'd only been working at the hospital for a few years. "Without question that is okay," Emily retorted firmly. "Do you want the full 2 weeks?" Nessa hated taking any time off for this, but she had to be at her best to ensure the proper treatment of her patients. She knew she was nowhere near her best at the moment. "Can I start with 1 week and then go from there?" She lifted her hand to her aching cheek, brushing against the tender skin. "I'd rather the bruises fade a bit." "No worries, Nessa. We all understand." A pause. Then her voice softened as she went on. "Please take as much time as you need. As you know, we have psychologists here. I'll send you an email with some names if you'd like to come in and talk to anyone." "Thank you, Emily," Nessa said. "I really appreciate your kindness." "We appreciate you. Please take care of yourself." Nessa said a quick goodbye and then ended the call. She'd waited for Emily's email, but seeing a psychologist wasn't a bad idea. Her head was muddled. She'd been frustrated with men before this. Now she felt the truth settle in deep. She wanted nothing to do with men. Talking and clearing her mind seemed like the best way forward to process her thoughts. She pulled up the newspaper on her cell and saw a mention of the attack last night. "Police investigate attack on a woman blocks away from Mount Sinai." She blew out a slow breath, relieved her name wasn't mentioned in the newspaper. The last thing she wanted was her overprotective mother flying from Missouri to baby her. She'd moved to New York City for that very reason, to be her own woman, without her meddling mother trying to decide her life for her. She quickly changed into yoga pants and a t-shirt, throwing her hair up in a messy bun, and ventured out into the hallway. She patted her way along the hardwood floor and stepped into the living room, expecting to see Lottie, but she stopped short. Dazzling green eyes held hers. Seated on the couch, with one arm slung along the back of the couch, Ronan gave what she came to learn as his signature half-smile. "Morning." Ronan was gorgeous. with stylish, dirty blonde hair and a muscular body in top condition. But it occurred to her then that all the heat she'd always experienced around him had gone cold. At his feet, Dex lay curled up, watching her with sweet eyes. "Morning," she said, glancing around her open-concept living room. There wasn't much to her place, but living in New York City, it was all she could afford. Her apartment had a decent-sized living room, leading into a tiny kitchen and the one bedroom, with the bathroom opening to the hallway and the bedroom. She didn't have much house decor, but what she lacked in style she made up for with plants and coziness, especially on her couch, with her big, thick crocheted blanket and a plethora of pillows. "Sorry, where's Lottie?" she asked, glancing back at Ronan. "She had to go to work," he answered, watching her closely, carefully. "Hunt's off today, but he went into the station to see what he can find out about your case." "Oh," she said, suddenly feeling rooted to the spot. It wasn't that she was uneasy with Ronan. The opposite was true. She was always steady near him. In fact, near any of Lottie's inner circle of friends, whom she'd had only recently been introduced to. She'd always felt oddly safe and comfortable. Probably because Ronan was a retired Navy SEAL. If she wanted anyone around her, it was someone who she didn't doubt could kill a man with his bare hands. But she'd always been nervous around him. It always seemed like he knew how much she wanted him, and it scared her that none of those nerves were there now. She began to wonder if the attack did more damage to her than the injuries on her face. She hated not having an answer to that question. As the silence drudged on, Ronan leaned forward and lifted an eyebrow. "Do you want me to call Lottie?" he asked. "No, it's okay," she said, waving him off. "Thanks for staying. I appreciate it." She didn't want to admit how rattled she felt. "Don't worry about it." He stroked Dex's head. "I don't think Dex would have let me leave anyway." She smiled toward the dog. No matter how hazy yesterday had been, she'd remembered him snuggling with her at the hospital. "He's kind of the best, isn't he?" Ronan agreed with a nod. "He slept with you last night." News to her. I didn't even know he was there. "He's quiet when he wants to be," Ronan said, rising. He moved to the kitchen and made her a coffee. Glancing over his shoulder, he asked, "How do you take it?" "Sweet and light, thanks," she said, moving to Dex on the floor. She dropped down next to him, scratching his ears. The dog all but smiled at her as Ronan fixed her coffee. She looked up in time for him to hand her the mug, before returning to his spot on the couch. He looked at her like he had within the past few weeks. Intentional, deep. Maybe even the only person who had ever really looked at her like that before. Like she had his whole attention. She found it oddly reassuring this morning, when usually she'd blush under that potent stare. "How are you feeling?" he finally asked. She took a long, deep breath before answering, and figured the truth about her emotional state was best. "I don't even know what I am right now. I don't know what happened. I don't know how to make sense out of anything." He inclined his head, like he totally understood. "I think that makes a lot of sense. What you went through was traumatic." Of course, he understood. "I guess you have experience with traumatic events." "Yeah, I do," he said with a slow nod. "It's why I have Dex." His gaze fell to his dog, brows drawn. "I understand that feeling of being confused, shell-shocked, lost." She didn't want to push, but she also found herself wanting to know a little bit more about him. "From being in the military?" His gaze lifted, and nothing could have prepared her as he said, "No, from my mother's murder." She blinked. "Your mother was murdered?" He gave a slight nod and then looked at his dog. She wouldn't press him, not on something that personal. She hated not having the right words, but she simply couldn't think up what to say next. "I'm so sorry" simply didn't seem like enough of a sentiment. He surprised her again when he filled in the missing pieces anyway. "When I went into the military, I was just 18. The military had been my focus for a very long time. The drive to get there to become a SEAL was my sole focus. Having a purpose helped me to stop fixating on what happened to my mother." Since he opened the doorway, she couldn't not walk through it. "Do you mind if I ask what happened to her?" she asked. He hesitated to give a slight shrug. "To be honest, I don't know what happened," he explained. "I was only 3 years old at the time, and I don't remember her or anything about her death. But what I do know, I learned from police reports. Those reports tell me that my father killed my mother with a shotgun in our driveway, and then killed himself. My mother's best friend came by when my mom didn't show up to work. She found both my parents dead, and I was sitting next to my mother, holding her hand." All the warmth faded from Nessa's body. Her hand came to cover her mouth. "Ronan, my God." "Horrible, I know," he said solemnly, his expression carefully neutral. "But my mother's best friend raised me, along with her husband, and they did a very good job of helping me get through it all." Dex whined, got up from the spot next to her, jumped on the couch, and placed his head on Ronan's lap. As Ronan began stroking him, Nessa knew that dog was very special. Ronan pointed to Dex. "Is he okay on your couch?" Yes, of course," she said, waving him off. Obviously, the dog sensed Ronan needed him. Dex could go anywhere he damn well wanted in her house. Ronan continued stroking Dex's head, and with each pet, he visibly relaxed. "When I was in the military, I had a purpose. I never looked back into the past because I was so focused on the present. But I had to retire. I had repeated injuries that needed surgeries, and suddenly all the things I never thought about came back. I wasn't equipped to deal with all that pain." For weeks, she'd experienced the swirl of lust rise whenever Ronan came near her or flirted with her. While that seemed subdued for now, his openness to share his pain, his past, to show her that she wasn't alone in her trauma, opened her heart in a way that made her see Ronan differently. He wasn't only sexy smiles and pure heart. He was so much more. "How did you deal with it?" she asked. "Dex and therapy," he said. "But PTSD is a lifetime journey. Some days are easy, some are hard." "So, what do I do next?" she asked, figuring he'd know better than anyone. He gestured to her mug. "Drink your coffee." "Then what?" "Drink your coffee," he smiled. "That's all you need to do right now." She sighed and glanced down at her mug, the steam slowly drifting up. She lifted the mug and took a small sip of the piping hot coffee, meeting his tender gaze. She smiled after she swallowed. Be present. His advice became clear and suddenly eased the tension in her chest. The next step didn't seem so scary, not when all she had to do was drink her coffee, with his strong green eyes watching her. Ronan finished his second cup of coffee for the day and set his mug in the dishwasher as a knock on the door made him pause. Nessa's apartment was adorned with calming colors and 2 big windows that let in the morning sun. A couch sat in front of a TV next to 2 chairs and a small table. An end table with a lamp beside it and a liquor cabinet filled with bottles of beverages stood at one corner. In the center was a large table with a bouquet of flowers in its middle, and the rest of the space was full of plants and life, which didn't surprise Ronan. Nessa suited her space, always taking care of something. "I've got it," he told Nessa, as she played with Dex. He headed for the door and opened it to Hunt. "Mornin'," he said, brushing past Ronan. "Good morning," Ronan replied, shutting the door behind him. When he turned, his breath quickened at what he saw next. Nessa sitting on the floor with Dex's head in her lap, with his dog staring directly at him, as if telling him, "I like this one." Ronan happened to agree. He moved closer to the living room, admiring Nessa's beauty and alluring innocence, yet also burning with rage at the bruises shadowing her cheek and her split lip. Despite knowing that he shouldn't even consider pursuing her, especially now, considering all she'd been through, he couldn't fight this unfamiliar pull to her. But he'd been hesitant to act on his feelings for her. He had enough blood on his hands and enough traumatic experiences to darken anyone's soul. And he protected innocence from danger. Without a doubt, he'd do more harm than good if he dated her after such a traumatic event. But still, his instincts were screaming at him to gather her in his arms and not let go. Hunt went to fix a coffee, and when he joined them, he sat across from Nessa and on the couch next to Ronan. "We haven't caught him yet," he said simply, after taking a sip from his mug. Nessa cocked her head slightly, confusion written all over her face as she asked, "Do you know who it was?" A tug of guilt coursed through Ronan for not having been able to keep her safe. If he'd gotten past his hesitations and dated her himself, last night would not have happened. She would have been in his bed, not walking down the street at night. Hunt shook his head solemnly, but spoke confidently. "No, but there's a video of the attack." She gasped, her hands coming to her face. "You saw what happened?" Hunt's jaw clenched. "I did." Ronan's chest tightened at the fear evident in her eyes. Damn, what he'd do if he got his hands on that bastard. Forcing his expression neutral, he asked Hunt, "You can't see the attacker's face?" Hunt shook his head, frowning. "I'm afraid not. It was dark, and he wore a ski mask," Nessa interjected, her hand trembling on her thigh. Hunt nodded. A frustrated sigh escaped Ronan's lips. "There's nothing we can do at this point?" "The detectives are on it," Hunt answered, then added to Nessa, "We won't stop doing everything we can to catch whoever did this to you. Sometimes these things just take time." Nessa nodded in understanding and leaned down to kiss the top of Dex's head, and a deep sadness seemed to wash over her. "I just don't understand why anybody would want to do this to me. I didn't have any money on me." Her gaze shifted downward, and she ran her fingers around Dex's ear as he whined softly in response. "But I did have a feeling." Ronan and Hunt exchanged a glance before focusing back on Nessa. "What is it, Nessa?" Hunt pressed. "What feeling did you have?" She hesitated for a moment before responding with a small shrug. "It was just a feeling I had. He seemed familiar, but then not familiar at the same time. I know that makes no sense, but I can't shake the feeling that there was something about him that seemed like he wasn't a stranger." Hunt asked, "But there's no one in your past that you think would want to hurt you?" "No one comes to mind," Nessa said with a slight shrug. "A new boyfriend?" Ronan asked. "An ex-boyfriend?" Nessa paused to consider it. The sunlight shining through the nearby window made Nessa look positively radiant. There were dozens of plants around her, as if nature was drawn to her, and Ronan couldn't help but think that even the sun wanted to be near her. She eventually said, "No, I haven't been seeing anyone lately. All I've been doing is going on terrible first dates for months. One guy was extra clingy, but he wasn't obsessive or anything." "I'll need those names if we're going to rule out all the possibilities," Hunt said after finishing another drink from his mug. "We don't want to ignore the chance that this could be personal." Ronan swallowed hard as he thought about Nessa's family. He had seen it before. Families with fractured relationships could do terrible things to each other. "What about your family?" he asked gently. "Are you close to them?" Nessa opened her mouth to speak, but then stopped herself. She took a few moments before finally saying, "My father passed away a while back. My mother and I are close. She's a good woman. A little controlling and intrusive, but only because she loves me a little too much. I don't have any siblings, and I'm not close to aunts and uncles. Ronan hated that loss was something they had in common. He tried to process everything that happened, but he couldn't make sense of such a violent attack in such a busy area of the city. Turning to Hunt, he asked, "What do we do next?" Hunt replied, "We keep pushing forward with the investigation and hope we find something soon. The detectives sent your clothes from that night to the lab, so hopefully they can pull DNA, and we find a match in the database." Nessa nodded, her pale complexion revealing her shock over all this. She glanced down at the dog in her lap and ran her hand gently over his head. Dex sighed deeply, shutting his eyes. Ronan wasn't nearly as settled as his dog. He desperately wanted to know what she was thinking, but he held his tongue. She eventually looked up, leaving whatever thoughts capturing her behind. "What am I supposed to do now? Just wait?" Hunt gave a soft nod. "I'd stick around your house with Ronan for now. We have no idea who did this to you, or why. So at this point, I think it's better to be cautious and safe than to put yourself in further danger. You're welcome to stay with me and Lottie until this person is caught." "Thank you, but no. I don't want to put anyone out," she said. "You're not putting anyone out, Nessa," Hunt countered. "We want you safe." Before she objected again, Ronan offered, "Until this is behind you, I think having you stay somewhere else is the safest bet." She held his gaze, that beautiful mind of hers working. "I can fly home to my mom." He couldn't help the slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "I was thinking more my place." He was cautious not to show his eagerness in wanting to spend more time with her, but he liked the idea of getting to know her better. He wanted nothing more than for her to feel safe and have the inviting warmth she emitted fill her once again. She gave Hunt a questioning glance. "Is that necessary, you think?" Hunt nodded and rose. "Extra precautions here will only keep you safe. Ronan's trained to protect. There is nowhere better you could go." She carefully observed him for some moments before speaking again. "Are you sure about this, Ronan? Do you not have work?" "I have a little time off. It's all right, Nessa. I don't mind." He smiled down at Dex, who lifted his head from the couch and licked her cheek, as if agreeing with Ronan's idea. "See? Even Dex agrees. Why don't you pack a bag and then we'll head to my place?" "Okay," she said. Ronan watched her a moment, and he got the feeling that the only reason she was agreeing to this was because she feared being in her house alone. And rightly so. Ronan preferred being at his place anyway. The security was better, and he was more comfortable there. He could protect her better. As she headed off to her bedroom, Dex followed her, and Ronan smiled. When silence greeted them, Hunt rose from his seat and gestured out to the hallway. Ronan followed, shutting the front door behind him once they stepped out. "You've got the video?" he asked. Hunt nodded. "Want to look?" Ronan nodded grimly and braced himself for whatever Hunt was planning to show him. Hunt pressed a few buttons and then handed Ronan the phone. Ronan peered down at the screen, anger quickly burning in his blood. His teeth clenched at the sight of Nessa's face. The street was dimly lit, but there was enough light to reveal her fear and terror. But he couldn't look away, and nothing could prepare Ronan for what was unfolding before his eyes. He cursed as she was pushed down against the ground. Both rage and helplessness coursed through him when he witnessed her attack, pressing his lips against hers. Both rage and helplessness coursed through him when he witnessed her attacker pressing his lips against hers, and all thoughts of why this had happened seemed to evaporate from his mind. He had seen hundreds of innocents wronged, but he knew her personally, and he knew from his time with her just how kind she was, how sweet her heart was. The video ended, and Ronan bowed his head, shut his eyes, and breathed deep.
Fucking bastard, huh?
Hunt muttered.
Ronan lifted his head. Find him, Hunt, he growled. Find him before I do. Because Ronan didn't trust what he'd do if he got his hands on that fucker. Hunt nodded. I can't get involved with the case. I'm homicide. But the detectives working the case will keep me informed if anything comes up, or there are any new developments. And you'll let me know, Ronan said, planting himself into this case. I will. Hunt cupped Ronan's shoulder. You got this, Ronan? Will you protect her? Echoed in the air between them. Nessa was Hunt's wife's best friend, and he was trusting her to Ronan, and Ronan felt the weight of that. He had only known Hunt for 6 months now, but he knew a good man when he saw one. Although leaving the military had taken away the camaraderie of his fellow SEALs, Ronan had found a new type of brotherhood within the walls of Phoenix. It gave him something that he deeply missed, a sense of family. Just as bravely and honorably as he had protected his country during his service, he would protect those connected to Phoenix with the same ferocity. Yeah, Hunt, I've got this. I've got her.
3. About 30 minutes later, after quickly preparing breakfast for herself and Ronan, Nessa followed him out of her apartment onto the sidewalk. He led her to a black Ford truck, opening the door for her before putting her bag and Dex in the back seat, strapping his dog into a harness attached to the seatbelt. When he joined her and Dex in the truck, she fumbled with her seatbelt, sudden emotions tumbling through her mind. She had imagined this moment often. What would a date with Ronan be like? She felt something between them that couldn't be denied, an electric current that seemed to connect them from the first moment they met. But he wasn't acting on it, and she certainly couldn't make the first move. But now, after last night, everything was different. She asked him, "Do you mind if we make a quick trip before going to your place? I need to stop at the hospital." He gave her a slow appraisal, his gaze searching every corner of her face.
Are you all right?
"I'm fine," she replied with a nod. "It's not for me. It's for the child I saw yesterday in the hallway. He has an appointment today that I don't want to miss." Ronan studied her for a long moment, then nodded firmly.
Of course we can go.
Yet something shifted in the truck, a tension rising as they drove away from her apartment and made it onto the crowded street, making breathing a little harder, almost as if she were leaving the old her behind and becoming something new. The hospital was only an 8-block walk from Nessa's apartment, so she had chosen it specifically for that reason. She refused to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of a New York City commute every day, nor could she afford a daily taxi ride. Once he had cleared the next intersection, Ronan asked her quietly, "Would you be open to learning some self-defense?" Confused by the question, she looked at him in puzzlement. "Why?" Then the realization began to sink in. "You saw the video of the attack?" she questioned softly. Keeping his eyes focused on the busy road ahead, he answered, "Hunt showed me this morning. From what I saw, I can help you make sure something like this never happens again." She stared at him for a long moment, unsure of whether she should believe him. He obviously thought she was much stronger than she felt. "I don't have your physical strength," she said. "Don't I need that?" Ronan shook his head slightly as he replied, "Strength is an asset, but being small and fast are great advantages too." Her heart clenched tightly as thoughts of last night flooded back into her mind. How scared she had been, and how powerless she had felt against her attacker. She hadn't wanted to give him any satisfaction whatsoever. If it hadn't been for the kind men who stopped to help her, who knows what would have happened? Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she asked hesitantly, If you think you can really help me learn how to defend myself, then I'd be really grateful for your help."
Ronan nodded firmly, and his confidence was reassuring. "We'll make it happen, Nessa," he told her earnestly. "We'll get it done." "Thanks." She almost didn't want to ask what he saw on the video that made him want to help her, but curiosity got the better of her. Did it look bad? Ronan's gaze cut to hers. His eyes were hard. "You were attacked. Of course it looked bad." She shifted against the leather seats, hating the coldness seeping through her. She glanced out the window to the pedestrians walking to their busy days, not knowing what kind of dangers are lying in wait. She was one of them, just yesterday, living without a care in the world until her attack. "Do you think there's something I could have done differently?" she eventually asked, turning to face him. Ronan stopped the truck at a red light and let out a heavy sigh. He shook his head slowly. "Not without training. Even if you had seen the assailant coming, there isn't anything you could have done to prevent the attack. You were either in the wrong place or someone was targeting you for a reason." "But I can learn how to stop the attack altogether?" she asked, doubtful. Ronan gave a firm nod. "It's better to always be prepared in case nobody can help you but yourself." She found a surprising strength from his words, even if she wasn't sure she'd ever be strong enough. For the remainder of the drive, Nessa sat silently and thought about Ronan witnessing her attack. She remembered every vivid detail, her fear, the cold rain against her face, and the weight of her attacker on top of her. She didn't want anyone to ever see her like that again, weak and vulnerable. As they arrived at the hospital, she finally found words to thank him. "Thank you for helping me with all this." Ronan's gaze seemed to soften as he looked at her. "You never need to thank me, Nessa. Ever." He lifted an eyebrow. "All right?" She smiled. "Okay." Once he parked in the visitors' parking lot, they made it to the pediatric floor. Nessa kept her head down, not making eye contact with any staff who would recognize her. The last thing she wanted to do was explain what happened or answer dozens of questions. Before they entered the room, Nessa stopped, turning toward Ronan. "Before we go in there, I just want you to understand the situation. Ollie has juvenile myelomonocytic leukemia. Typically that happens to children under 4, but Ollie is 6. I've never heard of that type of leukemia. Probably because it's rare. It's an uncommon blood cancer that affects 1 to 2% of all childhood leukemia cases." She saw Ronan's deep swallow. "Is he dying?" Nessa gave a small smile that she knew probably was drenched in the sadness she tried hard never to show. "Not today." Which was the only answer she could ever give to that question where it came to Ollie. He had a stem cell transplant which everyone was hoping would help him achieve long-term remission, but that sadly just isn't the case. He's very sick again. "Poor kid," Ronan said. "Yeah, it's a rough go, and he's a good kid. I met him and his mom because they came into the emergency room so often." Ronan watched her closely, his expression unreadable. "Do you always become so close to the people who come in the ER?" "No. It's kind of an unwritten rule to not get attached to patients. But there's something special about this kid. You'll see." Ronan inclined his head, so Nessa rounded the corner and entered the room, and immediately her heart sank. Ollie lay sleeping in the big hospital bed, his body looking so small, so frail, his skin far too pale. She rushed forward, finding Ollie's mother, Katrina, sitting against the wall across from Ollie's bed, her head in her hands. "Katrina," she said quietly, not to wake Ollie. She knew that even if she asked how things were going, the answer would be anything but all right. Katrina dropped her hands and lifted her head, revealing red-rimmed eyes, which scanned over Nessa's injuries. "Nessa," I thought for sure you wouldn't make it after your accident. Nessa finally reached her side and sank down onto the floor. Of course I came. Today was too important to miss. She took Katrina's hand, feeling the trembling in her skin and the coldness in her fingertips. What happened? It's returned, Katrina said quietly. The cancer is back. All of Nessa's hope fell away at the fear and worry in Katrina's eyes. 3 months ago, Ollie had been able to participate in a clinical trial. The treatment had worked, and his cancer had gone into remission. She remembered that day so clearly, holding on to Katrina's hand while they heard the news and crying alongside her. But a few weeks ago, she'd seen Ollie and Katrina back in the emergency room. They hadn't left since. What kind of treatment is being proposed now? Nessa managed to ask. Chemotherapy again, Katrina replied. The FDA just approved a new drug, so they want him to stay on it for 1 to 4 months before setting up another stem cell transplant. Are there good outcomes with this drug? Nessa pressed on, trying to find some glimmer of hope in the situation. From the clinical trial results of 18 patients, 3 patients experienced complete remission, while 6 experienced partial remission. Nessa squeezed Katrina's hands tightly. That's good. That's Ollie's chance. But rather than finding any sort of joy in these words, Katrina broke out into loud sobs. I can't afford the treatment, she cried desperately. I sold my house and my car and emptied out my retirement funds. I have nothing else. Behind them, Ronan interjected with a suggestion. What about charities or fundraising within the community? Nessa felt the weight of Katrina's desperation pressing down on them both, knowing deep down there was no way those kind gestures would be enough to cover Ollie's medical expenses. Her grip tightened around Katrina's hand as she spoke. True, there are those charities. Katrina and Ollie are doing their best to get connected with Ronald McDonald House and other charities. But sometimes it's hard to do more without the resources. No matter how fucking unfair that was. You know how it is, Nessa, Katrina added in a frustrated tone. These things take time. And Ollie can't wait that long. His little body is failing him. No matter how big his heart is, was what she didn't say. Nessa knew this too. Ollie's heart touched hers the moment she met him. Her heart sank into her stomach as she tried to find something to say that would help, but nothing came out. Doing the only thing she could think to do, she hugged Katrina tightly, yearning to find a way to make this better. But no matter what she did or thought of, she couldn't wrap her head around why such terrible things had to happen to such wonderful people. She couldn't think of a way to save Ollie. When Ronan entered the hospital room and Dex followed next to him, he was met with a sterile blue-white color on the walls that was as cold as ice. Everywhere he looked were IVs and medical monitors, their lights shining and beeping through the small room. There was a window that let some light in, but it did not help much to brighten up the space. He never understood why hospitals couldn't be cozier and warmer for those who had to stay there. As he watched Nessa standing with Katrina by Ollie's bedside, both gripping each other's hands as they stared at the boy in the hospital bed, he realized Nessa was the warmth in this space. A soft cough drew him away from Nessa to the boy in the bed. Ollie's skin was far too pale, and his body too weak. Ronan had seen so much during his service in the military, but nothing had prepared him for this. The reality was so daunting. Even his panic from being in this space didn't rise. I'm sorry, Nessa whispered softly, releasing her arms around Katrina. I wish I could do something more. You do enough, said Katrina, taking a step back from her son's bed and wiping away her tears. "I just don't know what else to do." "We'll do everything we can," Nessa said with conviction. "We'll reach out to every resource, every charity. We won't stop until we have all the money we need to make sure that Ollie gets the cure he needs." Nessa's words tightened Ronan's gut. His heart bled for Katrina. He could not imagine being in her shoes. It didn't take much to realize she was a single mom, doing more than any single mom should ever have to do. His gaze fell back to Ollie, and he'd never felt so helpless. He wasn't sure how doctors and nurses handled dealing with the sick every day, especially when they couldn't offer free health care. Ronan's mind began spiraling. While he couldn't help to save the boy or offer medical care, he did have money at his disposal. He began to wonder if maybe there was something he could do to help this mother and Ollie, and to help Nessa, to bring some light back into her life after her tragic night. He was overwhelmed by the prospect of helping Nessa in any way he could. He knew so little about how healthcare worked or how donations were distributed. His chest was heavy as he watched her struggle to help Ollie and Katrina, yet no matter how much pain she was in, something told him that her suffering was his own in some way. He didn't even know how to make sense of that thought. Quietly leaving the room, he glanced around the hospital's hallway, noting the grief in the faces of those around him. This part of the hospital was full of pain, courage, and bravery. Taking his cell phone from his pocket, he stepped into an empty corner, away from prying ears. He scrolled through his contacts until he found his boss and owner of Phoenix, Reese's number, and hit call. Reese answered on the third ring.
"Hey, Ronan, what's up?"
Ronan leaned against the wall, scanning the empty hallway for any signs of life.
"You always said you owed me a favor,"
he said. The favor came when the press had outed one of Reese's closest friends, Kieran, as a member of an exclusive sex club. To take the heat off his friend, Ronan let them print his name instead. No one in Ronan's life would judge him for his sexual endeavors. In fact, a few guys from his SEAL team had called to razz him about it, but they all understood why he'd need such an outlet, especially without a wife in his bed, which they all had.
"I need to call in that favor."
Reese simply asked,
"What do you need me to do?"
Ronan hated asking for special treatment, especially when it involved money. But this wasn't about him. It was about a sick child who needed expensive medical treatment that his single mom couldn't afford.
"I need you to put me in a show that will make me a lot of money, more than I've ever made before,"
Ronan said, feeling the weight of his request heavy on his shoulders. Reese paid Phoenix security well, but the only reason he had his luxury apartment and lived the lifestyle he did, traveling the world as often as he could, was because of the monetary gifts he received from Phoenix for participating in the shows. The gifts ranged from $20,000 to $200,000, depending on the show. From what Ronan had witnessed, most of the members liked girl-next-door women and dominant men, and the members freely offered up their money to watch their fantasies come to life. It still surprised Ronan that people paid to watch their fantasies come true and not participate themselves, but Ronan didn't think much about it. He appreciated the life the shows gave him and enjoyed the experience. Reese paused for a beat.
"Is this money for yourself?"
he asked gently.
"Are you in trouble?"
"It's not for me," Ronan said. "It's for a sick kid here at the hospital who appears to be very close to Nessa." Reese stayed silent for a moment, then his voice sharpened.
"Give me some time, and I'll get you a show."
"Thanks, Reese. I really appreciate it."
"No need to thank me, Ronan,"
Reese said.
"We owe you, and the money sounds like it's much needed."
"More than you know," Ronan agreed. Ronan said a quick goodbye, ending the call and slipping his phone back into his pocket. No matter what had gone on in his past, Ronan knew how lucky he was. He had found people he could call family, all throughout his life. First, the people who raised him, then the military, and now those in Phoenix. Returning to the room, Ronan noticed pale blue eyes watching him closely. "Ollie and Katrina, this is my friend, Ronan," Nessa said, introducing him with a sweet smile. Ollie smiled. "Hi, Ronan." "Hey," Ronan said, stopping at the end of the bed after receiving a friendly but sad smile from Katrina. He tucked his hands in his pockets, trying his best to look as non-intimidating as possible. At some point, Dex had made his way over to the boy, and now both were lying on the bed together. "Looks like he might like you more than me." Ollie grinned, patting Dex's head. "I like him too." Ronan stared into that bright smile, amazed by it, like Ollie had all the secrets to life and happiness. Just then, a doctor entered the room and addressed Ollie directly. "Hi, Ollie. I need to talk to your mom for a little bit. Is that okay?" The boy nodded and replied, "Sure, that's okay, Dr. Joe. I'm just spending some time with my new friend Dex." The doctor smiled. "And what a good friend to have." Before Katrina turned away, Nessa took her hand and said, "I'll come with you. Ronan and Dex can keep an eye on Ollie while we go talk." She looked at Ronan, her pleading eyes meeting his. He inclined his head. "We'd love to hang with Ollie." She smiled at him with a mix of relief and anticipation before she followed the doctor and Katrina out into the hallway. Ronan's gaze fell to the bookshelf. "Do you want to play a game?" he asked Ollie. Ollie nodded and said, "I like card games. What do we have?" "Let me find something for us," Ronan said, walking over to the small bookshelf in the corner of the room. He found an old deck of cards and smiled. "It looks like we can play Go Fish. Do you know how to play?" he asked Ollie. The boy nodded eagerly, and Ronan took a seat in the chair next to the bed and started shuffling the cards before dealing out 7 each. He was about to ask Ollie about his favorite sport to get him talking when the young boy spoke. "They are talking about my cancer." Ronan's heart plummeted, feeling the weight of the situation, knowing this kid knew more than any kid should ever have to know. "Does your mom talk with the doctor a lot?" he asked, unsure of what to say, but he figured just letting Ollie get the words out was most important. "Yeah, Mom always has to talk about that," answered Ollie with a little nod. "It makes her sad." Ronan felt something break inside him as he looked into Ollie's eyes. The strength and courage he saw there could only come from facing adversity. "It's okay for moms to be sad," said Ronan softly. "She just really, really loves you." Ollie shrugged. "That's what she always says." Then he paused to arrange his cards in his hands. When Ollie met Ronan's gaze again, he'd swear he was looking at someone far older. "She's just worried I won't beat the cancer." "You will," Ronan said, almost like a promise he wasn't sure he should be making. Ollie leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "How do you know?" "Because you're a fighter." Ronan put a hand on Ollie's shoulder, comfortingly, while Dex placed his head lovingly on the boy's lap. "I know because I'm a Navy SEAL, and when you're a SEAL, you never lose that title, even if you're not actively serving. Do you think Navy SEALs would know what a fighter is?" Ollie nodded, his eyes brightening. Ronan squeezed his shoulder. "Exactly. A fighter is brave no matter how afraid they might be." The boy's gaze widened with surprise at Ronan's words that Ronan suspected created hope amid the fear. "Yeah?" Ollie asked. "Yeah, bud, that's you," Ronan countered. "We've got a saying in the SEALs. All in, all the time. That means pushing yourself to give everything you've got, no matter what happens." He clasped Ollie's hand firmly. "Say it with me." Ollie repeated, "All in, all the time." "That's right," Ronan stated. "Hoo-yah!" The intensity in Ollie's eyes intensified as his grip squeezed back, and he shouted, "Hoo-yah!" Ronan smiled, feeling a kinship to this little guy. A soft hiccup caught his attention. He glanced over his shoulder, finding Nessa and Katrina standing at the doorway. But it was Nessa who drew his attention. There was so much sweetness in her gaze, something unexpected and unknown to Ronan, yet he couldn't look away. It was as if she could see into his soul and didn't dislike what she saw. He couldn't help but wonder if he let her close enough to see what lay in ruins within him. Would he taint her sweetness? 4. A wave of confusion and disbelief washed over Nessa as she drank back a painkiller with a big sip of water. The pain had lessened since yesterday morning, and she welcomed the freedom of it, though she still wasn't feeling quite like herself. She doubted she'd feel any better until her attacker was caught and she had more answers than she did now, which were none. With a sigh, she settled in on Ronan's leather couch, hearing the indie rock playing from the Bose music system. She had heard from Lottie that he worked security at a cigar club that Reese owned in Midtown Manhattan, and he was a former Navy SEAL. But the lavish 15th-floor condo in the Lower East Side was far beyond anything she expected he'd own. Grayish-toned walls lined with polished hardwood and tall windows let in the light, basking her in sunbeams. The framed painting over the sectional couch, the large TV facing a small fireplace, were all fit for someone who could afford such luxury, though on the small table next to the couch was a poor, dying fern that had seen better days. She couldn't help but feel an abundance of emotions, from admiration to bewilderment, as she tried to comprehend how Ronan was able to live in such extravagance. Until it hit her. Lottie had told her about the secret sex club underneath the cigar bar. Ronan was employed by Reese to work security there, so it wasn't a huge leap to assume he likely took part in some of the performances as well. She tracked him with her gaze as he moved into the living room from the kitchen, pulling out his keys from his pocket and asked, "Will you be all right here for a little while?" The concern on his face touched something vulnerable in her chest. Despite everything she knew about his military service, he had surprised her with his gentle kindness toward Ollie. She was seeing him in a new light, as a man instead of just a soldier. And she liked what she saw. But then she thought of the man who had attacked her, and suddenly the world seemed so much more black and white. There were good people and bad people, and Ronan was in the former category. As Lottie headed for the couch next to Nessa, carrying a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, Nessa smiled and said, "We'll be okay." Ronan inclined his head and looked to Dex, who was curled up on his bed next to the couch. "Stay with the girls. Keep 'em safe." Nessa's heart melted as Ronan left his dog with her. She got the feeling he didn't leave Dex often. His gaze returned to hers. "I won't be long." She smiled. "See you soon." Then he was heading out the door, locking it behind him. Nessa said, turning to Lottie, "He's being very good to me." Lottie agreed with a nod. "Ronan's a great guy." She uncorked the bottle of wine and filled up their glasses. "How are you feeling?" "Surprisingly, I actually think I'm okay," she replied. "A couple of hours ago I had to report to the station for a more structured interview. It was long and tiring, but it went off without a hitch. Despite everything that's happened, I don't feel scared. Like I probably should be." She took a quick sip of the Merlot, tasting the rich, dark cherry hints. "I guess that makes sense with Ronan sitting there next to me. It's very easy to feel safe, having him watching out for me." Lottie gave a nod of understanding. "I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that this happened to you at all." Nessa sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the whole situation, eyeing that poor plant struggling to survive again. "It all feels so surreal. I just hope that the detectives catch this guy. What if he does this to someone else?" "Hunt can't really tell me too much," Lottie said, "but he did say there are some interviews going on." This was news to Nessa. Did he say who they were interviewing? "No," Lottie replied, shaking her head. "From the way he's spoken before, interviews are kind of the beginning of the investigation. It means they're gathering more information about you to see if there are any obvious connections." Dropping her head back against the couch, Nessa groaned. "It's so weird to know that 2 detectives are going through my life with a fine-toothed comb." Lottie grabbed Nessa's hand, squeezing tight. "Totally weird. But this is the only way to catch the bastard who did this to you." Her tight hold remained, but her expression softened. "No matter what, Ronan is here, and Hunt is following up on the case closely. They will make sure nothing bad happens to you again." As much as Nessa wants to believe her words, she couldn't shake the feeling that this crazed attacker was still out there somewhere, plotting and waiting to strike again, if given the chance. Logically, she knew it was likely a random person, but she couldn't let go of the feeling of familiarity when he attacked her, which was the most unsettling thought of all. Nessa thought about this, but she realized how fortunate she was, even though something awful had happened to her. When she had left her peaceful Missouri country life, living in the small town she grew up in for the hustle and bustle of New York City, she hadn't known what awaited her. Lottie had been the greatest surprise, and through her friendship, Nessa had been welcomed into this huge circle of friends, and she was more thankful than ever. "Thank you," she told Lottie. Lottie finished taking a sip of her wine, letting go of Nessa's hand. "For what?" "For being such a great friend and having such amazing people in your life. If I haven't said it before, I'm so grateful that you're in my life." "Girl," Lottie said, drawing out the word, "there is no need to thank me. Believe me, I need you as much as you need me." After giving Nessa one of her signature gigantic hugs that seemed to last an eternity, Lottie returned to her spot on the couch and asked, "Now tell me, what's it like living with Ronan?" "I don't live with him," Nessa corrected. "I'm just staying at his house." Lottie rolled her eyes. "Semantics." Nessa laughed, shaking her head, knowing Lottie wouldn't give up until she had an answer. It was no secret that Nessa had been crushing on Ronan. "I mean, I haven't been here long, but I did spend the day with him, and it's really different from anything else I have experienced before." "Oh?" Lottie said, her gaze shining with interest. "Is he fun to be around?" "Fun isn't quite the right word," Nessa replied after some thought. "But he does make me feel safe and comfortable, which is exactly what I need right now. It's easy being around him. It's kind of scary, but also intriguing at the same time." Lottie cocked her head. "What do you mean?" She wasn't sure she should admit this, but she couldn't stop the truth from spilling out. "Shouldn't I be more scared of him, considering what happened to me?" "No, of course not," Lottie said immediately. "Ronan is made of good stuff. Your attacker is not." "True," Nessa said, pondering that thought. "Well, you did like him before all this," Lottie said, giving a sweet smile. "I don't think it's totally odd for you to trust him. You know Ronan. You've known him for a while now. If you can trust anyone, it's him." "I guess," she said. Then she voiced the thought echoing in her mind. "I just feel shaken, like uneasy in a way I didn't feel before. Before this, I couldn't be around Ronan without thinking about sex with him. Now, that part of me feels like it died." "I think that's very expected, Nessa," Lottie said, taking Nessa's hand again, squeezing tight. "It'll come back. You were just attacked. Give yourself time to heal and just keep feeling safe with Ronan. Besides, you never know. Maybe this could lead to what you wanted all along. A date with him." Nessa snorted, taking a sip of her wine before continuing. "Impossible. We are in the friend zone. Let's be real here. What could Ronan possibly want with someone like me? He is gorgeous, strong, the type of guy who could have anyone he wanted." Lottie scrunched her nose in frustration. "Nessa Hale, take that back right now. You are an absolute catch. Any guy would be lucky to have you." Nessa waved off her friend. "I'm not selling myself short, but he's known me a while now. If he wanted something to happen, I have no doubt he would have initiated it." Lottie smiled and winked. "Maybe Ronan is waiting for the right moment to make his move." She said it so firmly, it was like Lottie knew some secret Nessa didn't. "Because if you ask me, I bet he's looking for a girl that his dog loves too. Someone who is genuine and compassionate and full of love to give him the affection he needs. Someone exactly like you." Nessa couldn't help but warm at Lottie's words. She had never considered herself special or different from any other girl, but the way Lottie spoke about her, it made her feel like she was the only one who could ever truly understand Ronan. Right now, all she felt was a little broken and confused in her own skin. Done even thinking these types of thoughts, Nessa rose with a sigh, anxiousness making her leg bounce. Okay, enough matchmaking. Let's go take Dex on a walk in the park. I need to get some fresh air, she said, trying to hide her nervousness behind a smile. I'm getting my pepper spray first, Lottie replied, searching through her purse. A mix of relief and embarrassment rushed through Nessa. She was thankful for the protection, but it implied that whoever was after her could still be lurking around, close enough for them to need pepper spray. We need to make one more stop on our way back, Nessa added, gesturing toward the dying plant in the corner. Lottie blinked in surprise. For what? I want to get some plant food, Nessa explained softly. Saving that plant's life is the least I can do while I'm here. Lottie smiled. Why do you always have to save everyone, even plants? Nessa responded with a shrug, heading for the door where Dex's leash was hanging. It's a nurse's curse. She quickly attached Dex's leash, and they made it past security down in the lobby a few minutes later. Ronan had given Nessa clearance, but the feeling of unease still haunted her. The sun beat down mercilessly upon them as they hurried across the busy street, their shoes clicking against the hard stone pathway. The trees huddled together along the trail, and the rich scent of damp earth mingled with the sweet fragrance of flowers that bloomed in the air, filling her lungs and senses with life. Everywhere she looked were reminders of other lives that were so different from her own. Graffiti covering the benches, detailing the struggles of the city's underside. A homeless man sleeping on another bench in the distance. Lottie linked arms with Nessa as Dex trotted ahead of them. Doing okay out here, Nessa? Nessa forced a smile at her friend, despite how angry she was that she couldn't hide the feeling that someone was watching her. With all you mother hens around me, how could I not be okay? Lottie barked a laugh. I suppose you're right. Then her smile faded, revealing worry etched into every line of her face. Love you, girl, she said quietly. Nessa held on to Lottie tight, feeling like right here, wrapped in all the love, everything was finally feeling a little normal again. Love you back. A sea of brake lights dotted the road in front of Ronan as he sat behind the wheel of his truck. The smell of exhaust and oil and hot rubber lingered on his clothes. A few cars honked in anger, but Ronan was oblivious to the outside world while he thought of leaving Dex with Nessa. He didn't like not having Dex at his side, but Nessa needed Dex's comfort more. And Ronan was more comfortable with Dex there. He would protect Nessa against anyone who attempted to hurt her. Of that Ronan had no doubt. When he met his turn, he got off the jam-packed street and pulled in front of the restaurant where Nessa had been the night of the attack. His stomach twisted as he got out of his truck and crossed the road, making his way into the street where she'd been hurt. He put faith into the NYPD to solve the case, but that didn't stop him from actively looking for clues himself. As he walked, he searched for answers, anything that would lead him to the bastard that put his hands on her. His eyes scanned the buildings lining the street, but nothing had changed since when he saw the video Hunt had showed him. Each store and fire escape was exactly where he'd remembered. Nessa's apartment was a mere 2-minute walk away. As Ronan looked around, he felt a wave of frustration come over him. This should never have happened. Not to her. Not to someone so good. Ronan! He spun at the sound of Hunt's voice, his stomach tightening. There was only one explanation for Hunt's sudden arrival. You've got surveillance in the area. Hunt nodded, then joined him on the sidewalk, crossing his arms as he stared down the road. I asked the team to let me know if anyone showed up. Hunt's mouth twitched. You're lucky it's me here and not the investigating detectives. Ronan arched an eyebrow. Well then, I appreciate they thought to show you my face before calling in the team. Hunt chuckled. You and me both. Ronan scanned the alleyway. Even if Ronan hadn't known Hunt long, he was a good friend, especially to Nessa. Is this weighing on you as much as it is me? He asked, turning back to Hunt. Hunt nodded, frowning. Lottie's worried. We all want to help Nessa put this behind her. Curiosity brimmed in his eyes as he gestured toward the street.
"What do you see?"
Ronan squinted, shaking his head. "I don't see anything out of place here, and that's what worries me. This isn't a place somebody would randomly attack. It's too exposed. This doesn't feel random to me."
Hunt hummed in agreement.
"The detectives working the case feel the same way."
Ronan raked a hand through his hair.
"But who would do this? Nessa has no enemies, no family with a grudge, no crazy ex-boyfriends or anything like that. It doesn't make sense."
He glanced around, desperate for something, anything that might explain what had happened here.
"But there's got to be an answer here somewhere. Some reason why someone would come after her like this."
Hunt let out a frustrated sigh.
"Finding that answer is the hard part."
Just then, Hunt's phone beeped, and he pulled it from his pocket to take a quick look at the screen.
"Lottie and Nessa have gone for a walk in the park with Dex," he said quietly.
At this, Ronan raised an eyebrow questioningly.
"Does Lottie know you have somebody watching them?"
Hunt shook his head as he responded to the text message.
"If she did, she'd be looking for them instead of just enjoying her time with Nessa."
He tapped out a message quickly before returning the phone to his pocket.
"My detail is good, though. He won't be spotted."
Ronan acknowledged that with a nod and shoved his hands into his pockets in exasperation.
"I don't know how you do this job. It's so frustrating. Things move so slowly."
Hunt nodded wordlessly, his lips pressed together tight. Seeing that Ronan was getting nowhere closer to solving the case, he took the opportunity to raise the next question on his mind.
"Listen, I have another situation I wanted to talk to you about."
Hunt cocked his head.
"Something to do with Nessa?"
Ronan nodded.
"Have you heard about the young boy, Ollie, who's ill in the hospital?" "Yeah, Lottie mentioned it,"
Hunt replied, half turning his head toward the horn blaring in the distance.
"Such an awful situation."
"It is," Ronan agreed.
"When Nessa and I went to the hospital earlier, we found out that his cancer has returned, and the drugs he needs are expensive. His mother is struggling to afford them and even her daily living costs."
Understanding instantly filled Hunt's eyes.
"You want to organize a show and donate the money?"
Ronan nodded hesitantly.
"I thought perhaps, being Nessa's friend, you and Lottie could do a show, or we could do a show together and we could donate the money."
Hunt gave Ronan an understanding smile, but he couldn't hide the knowing glint in his eye.
"I have no doubt Lottie would do that,"
he said easily, even though both were wise enough to know there was more than just charity motivating Ronan's request.
"I'm sure Reese could come up with a good fantasy to make us some money, while also benefiting the participants in the show."
Ronan bit his lip, aware of how conflicted he was over what he had yet to say next.
"Do you think it would be a terrible idea to introduce Nessa to Phoenix?"
The surprise on Hunt's face quickly melted into a knowing grin as he realized exactly why Ronan was so eager to put on the show. Besides Ollie, of course.
"Nessa's gotten in your head, huh?"
Hunt asked with amusement.
"It's not about that,"
Ronan said quietly. When Hunt's grin widened, Ronan added,
"Fine, it's not all about that. It's about the boy and getting him the help he needs."
As if Hunt didn't believe him at all, he gave a knowing look.
"You know that bringing Nessa into our world comes with a lot of risk."
Ronan had already thought this all through.
"I know, but it would also give money to Ollie that he desperately needs."
Hunt pondered this a moment, and then gave a firm nod.
"The only one who can answer this question is Nessa, and I'm just not sure she's bold enough to join Phoenix."
Ronan sighed. He could see the validity in Hunt's argument, but he couldn't help feeling drawn by the idea of bringing Nessa into the club and giving her the freedom and excitement that he experienced there, the family he found there too. And he knew he shouldn't be fucking feeling that, but there it was. He couldn't ignore the draw to her. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Before he could say as much, Hunt scratched his chin thoughtfully.
"Let's go run it by Reese."
Ronan nodded, giving the street one final look. Blowing out a frustrated breath, not finding any answers there, he stepped into a stride with Hunt as they headed back to his truck
and then toward Midtown Manhattan. When they finally arrived, Ronan strode up the stone steps of the 1920s historic building located on Fifth Avenue. It was once a gentleman's club, now turned into a classy cigar lounge. He wrapped his hand around the smooth, cool metal of the doorknob and opened the heavy wooden door. The smell of fine tobacco smoke and bourbon filled his nose as he stepped into the cigar lounge. Round tables were full of customers, enjoying a drink while they puffed on their cigars. 3 bartenders dressed in tuxes served up drinks to tables while waitresses dressed in fine black dresses made sure no one wanted for anything. Ronan followed Hunt past them, heading through the small door at the back that led to Reese's large office. His huge cherrywood desk sat in the center, surrounded by bookcases and art that probably cost more than Ronan's annual salary. Behind the desk sat Reese Harrington, owner of the cigar lounge and the secret sex club beneath it. Reese's presence commanded respect, his black hair styled neat and his suit pressed to perfection. He eyed Ronan and Hunt with curiosity in his gray eyes.
"What are you two doing here?"
he asked. Hunt let out a chuckle as he settled into one of the client chairs.
"Ronan had an idea, and I thought it would be best if we ran it by you."
Reese's brow rose in question.
"Does this have anything to do with our call earlier?"
Ronan took the chair beside Hunt and nodded before explaining the situation and planned for how they could make money for Katrina and Ollie. By the end of his explanation, Reese was tapping his thumb on his desk in contemplation.
"Would Nessa be interested in taking part in a show like this?"
he asked. Ronan shook his head hesitantly.
"I don't know her well enough to say, but I can tell you that she cares about this child, so this could be a chance for her to help him."
He paused, gathering his ideas before he spoke again.
"We may be able to help her regain some of her lost confidence by giving her the choice to move forward into a new future. She can't return to who she was before the attack happened, but maybe this will give her the opportunity to achieve healing from her trauma and step into a new version of herself."
Hunt added,
"I agree. She trusts Ronan and Lottie. I'm convinced if we provide the right atmosphere and feeling of safety, she'd likely consider it."
Reese strummed his fingers against the desk uneasily.
"So partaking in a show with no sexual engagement between the 4 of you, only as individual couples?"
Ronan thought it over and finally gave an affirmative head nod.
"For the money needed to help Ollie, I think she might consider this option. And I suspect she might see this as a way forward."
He wanted to believe that he was mainly doing this for Ollie's sake and for Nessa's healing, but he knew that wasn't entirely true. He wanted her. Reese was thoughtful for a moment, tapping his finger again before he reached over and opened his drawer. He drew a black folder containing a document, handing it to Ronan.
"Take the NDA to her so she can sign it, and discuss with her afterward."
This protected the members of the club to remain anonymous, even though every member wore a mask to hide their identities.
"Let me know what she decides." "Thank you, Reese,"
Ronan said, rising, with Hunt following. When he got to the door, Reese called,
"Archer will have to vet her if she agrees. Is there anything in her past that could pose a problem?"
Ronan had seen darkness in people. He'd seen the very worst behavior.
"The only thing you'll find in her past is kindness."
5. A few minutes had gone by since Lottie left, and Ronan was still petting his overjoyed dog. Nessa realized as Dex whined and kissed Ronan's face that today was likely the longest they'd ever been away from each other. Nessa's heart softened at their bond. Ronan eventually headed for the shower, and Nessa stared out the window, taking in the twinkling lights of the New York City skyline. Her emotions a jumbled mess. She wanted to escape, but was trapped by her own thoughts. She wanted to feel okay again. She'd never felt so stuck before. She'd always had a plan with her life, goals she set out to achieve, but the next steps were in the hands of detectives. Her life seemed like it no longer belonged to her. Frustration began to build, and she commenced pacing in front of the window.
"You're going to wear out my floor,"
Ronan said with a chuckle. Nessa smiled in response, glancing over her shoulder, not realizing he'd returned from his shower.
He wore gray sweatpants that hid nothing of things she should not be looking at. She jerked her gaze up. "Sorry," she said about the pacing. "Don't be sorry," he smiled, as if he knew she was checking out what he was packing. "What's up?" She wasn't sure how to answer that question. Everything lately had seemed out of her control, and nothing really made sense, but there was one thing that had always made sense in her life: running. Even though her face still hurt a little, the painkillers were doing their job, and the pain was manageable, and the idea of slipping into the night air and feeling free was almost too much for Nessa not to want to do it. Yet fear set in as soon as she thought about it. How could she go running in the dark streets when danger lurked around every corner? "Honestly, my head is all over the place," she finally replied. "I want so desperately to go for a run, but I'm scared of what might happen if I don't stay inside." "You run?" His eyes seemed to take her in anew, as if he only now noticed she was athletic. She nodded and bit her lip nervously. "I'm an avid runner. It helps clear my head, usually." "I'm up for a run if you are." She wanted to shout yes and feel the freedom of running again, but caution kept her from agreeing outrightly. "It's not dangerous for me to go out at night?" "It's no more dangerous for you to go out in the afternoon than it is at night," Ronan said with a reassuring smile. "But if it makes you feel better, you're safe with me, Nessa. No one will get within a couple feet of you. Trust in that." She smiled back at him, oddly realizing how much comfort his words brought her. He had been so kind and helpful during her stay with him. She couldn't help but trust that he would protect her if needed, something she hadn't expected. Without the blasting heat that had been burning between them, she saw a singular truth. The best thing about Ronan seemed to no longer be his good looks, but his character. Something deep within her knew that he'd never lead her astray. After being on so many bad dates and failed relationships, and the attack, the safety and straightforwardness Ronan presented began healing something broken in her heart. Within minutes they were dressed in their running gear, and Nessa finished tying her shoelaces. Dex was whining in the excitement. Clearly he and Ronan ran together often. As she straightened, she looked at him, glancing over his physique. Ronan's body type wasn't that of a runner, lean and toned. She thought he looked more like a gym rat, a man who spent hours at the weights. Curious, she finally asked him, "Do you run a lot?" Ronan shook his head as he clipped the leash to Dex. "Now that I'm out of the military, I do CrossFit, but run a few times a week for endurance," he replied. Ah, now that made sense. He asked, "How long have you been a runner?" He and Dex led the way outside. Ronan closed the door behind them, locking it securely. "I got into running in nursing school," she explained. "My roommate ran marathons. I've never had that much dedication to that, but I got hooked on how amazing it made me feel. It really helped with stress, and I discovered that it calmed my mind in a way I had never really known before." "I get that," he said. "Exercising is a release for me, too." She smiled, feeling a little warmth flutter in her chest. The moment they stepped outside, the gentle breeze rushed over her. She shivered, which Ronan noticed. He grinned and winked at her before giving Dex a command to sit. Once they were stretching, she copied his movements, but her eyes constantly scanned the streets around them, searching for the face of the attacker that she feared was still somewhere in this city. A chill ran up her spine as she pushed away her fear and asked him, "What news have you heard about the case?" Ronan furrowed his brows and shook his head. "Nothing yet. I went back to the scene, but couldn't find anything that would help close it." Her eyes widened in surprise. "You went back to where I was attacked?" He nodded silently. Her heart stuttered, as that seemed to be going above and beyond anything she expected. When she regained enough composure to look at him in the eye once more, she found him still staring at her intently. "What did you think had happened?" she asked. "From what I saw, my guess is that this was a personal attack. The location was just too open and exposed to be a completely random incident." "What exactly does that mean?" He held her gaze for a beat. If you ask me, I'd say that the attacker wanted to get caught. Maybe he gets off on that kind of thing. Taking a few deep breaths, she sighed into the wonderful stretch of each muscle, trying not to let her fear rise. But things can happen spontaneously, right? So why would you say that? He raised an eyebrow. That may be true, but if it were somebody planning to assault and rape you, they would have arrived by car so they could take you somewhere else quickly. From what I saw, this person took no care to ensure they wouldn't be seen. The realization sent a chill down her spine as tears threatened to escape from her eyes. She hiccuped slightly before asking quietly, "But who would I know who would do that?" Can you remember anybody from your past, or maybe even from the hospital, who might have been infatuated with you? She tried to rack her brain. I really can't think of anybody who would want to hurt me. Ronan stared at her for a long moment. He seemed to be trying to discern something in her expression, and Nessa felt the discomfort as she realized he knew that deep down, despite how bravely she faced danger, there was still some part of her that was deathly scared, and he didn't want to scare her further. He eventually asked, a hint of concern in his voice, "Are you warmed up enough?" She shook out her arms. Definitely. But the feeling of eyes being on her hadn't gone away, and she couldn't fight against it. "Nessa," Ronan said softly, suddenly taking her hand. Her gaze flicked to the warmth in his hand, his stare penetrating into hers as if he could read her mind. "Any threat that is near you, I will see long before you do. Please, let me give you a break from this." His hand holding hers sent a spark through her body that made her nearly weep. It wasn't the full heat she was used to feeling with Ronan, but it was there, which made her both happy and sad that she was so far removed from the woman she was before the attack. When his hand began slipping away from her arm, she fought against her body from moving closer to keep it there. Despite the confusion in her mind, she managed a hesitant smile. "Okay, thank you." His smile widened slightly. "Don't thank me. You're just putting me in Dex's good graces. He loves runs." She looked at the happy dog, excitedly leaping in anticipation of their run, and her thoughts were a troubled mix of conflicting emotions. She tried to remember how it felt to be strong and fearless, but the fear that had crept into her life was hard to shake off. "That does make me feel better," she smiled. "Let's go." As she began to jog, with Ronan and Dex matching her stride, she knew she was running away from something. She wanted so badly to be the woman she used to be, the one who found courage in every step. But that seemed to be a distant memory now. Her fear grew as her body tired, tempting her to give up, but she refused. She kept running, determined to find some part of that old self still hidden within. Ronan stayed right beside Nessa as they cooled off after their run, completely aware of her presence as they walked. Sweaty and exhausted, he pulled his shirt up and rubbed his face, feeling simultaneously drained yet energized. Dex walked a little behind them, his tongue wagging with his exertion. The city street was alive with activity. People at bars sipping drinks, buses and taxis driving up and down, and the mouth-watering aroma of street meat wafting in the air. "I'm starving," Nessa declared suddenly. Without another word, she made a beeline for the hot dog stand. A chuckle escaped Ronan as he followed her. "Food? I'm not saying no to that." "Good." She ordered 2 hot dogs and 3 waters and paid for them without asking. Ronan arched an eyebrow at her. "You didn't have to do that." "You can buy the next ones," she said with a smile. He couldn't help but smile back. He liked the thought that they would do this again, even if he shouldn't. He'd had girlfriends before, but never had he experienced something as easy as it was with Nessa. He felt quiet with her. She handed him a bottle of water. "For Dex." "Thanks." He opened the bottle, slowly pouring the water into his cupped hand, while Dex drank. By the time Dex had enough, Ronan couldn't help but laugh as Nessa piled topping after topping onto her hot dog. She turned to him and grinned. "Don't judge me. It's delicious."
He hesitated before adding all the same toppings onto his own hot dog to see if she was right, his hand feeling suddenly 2 pounds heavier. "Do you always eat like this after you exercise?" he asked. "Always," she said with a smile. "What's the point of working out hard if you can't indulge afterward?" "I feel like most trainers might disagree with that statement," he said with a laugh. Nessa sighed, "Which is exactly why I don't ever go and see a trainer." Despite the lightheartedness in their exchange, Ronan could feel his desire to protect her deepen, not out of duty, but out of want. If she let him wrap his arms around her, he wasn't sure he'd let go. As they walked toward the park, the sounds of chirping crickets and rustling leaves filled the air. He'd been watching for any problems on the run, but blessedly hadn't found any yet. They finally reached an empty bench, and Nessa took a seat and began eating. Ronan took a bite of his hot dog, feeling the juices burst onto his tongue with a delightful pop. "You like it?" she asked. "I love it," he replied between chews, savoring each moment. She beamed at him, the light from the street lamps illuminating her face as she leaned back against the bench, casting a glance at the people walking by. Some had dogs pulling them along, while others were just enjoying the clear night. Ronan found himself less interested in the view and more interested in the woman next to him, her soft skin, her delicate features, and her kind heart. "Do you like being a nurse?" he asked. "I love being a nurse," she said slowly. "I especially love being an emergency nurse. I love the fast pace of it and enjoy seeing people get the care they need." But then she turned to him, her gaze intense. "I guess, in a way, it's not so different than what you did in the military." "It's a little different," he countered gently. "I was taking out threats, protecting others in a different way, I suppose." "It's an important job, what you did," Nessa said, her voice quiet. "I appreciate your service." He gave her a small smile before replying. "Well, if I ever find myself in the ER, I'll be sure to hope I get you as my nurse." She laughed lightly as color bloomed on her cheeks, and he couldn't pull his gaze away from her. He wasn't sure why Nessa affected him so much. Something about her was so magnetic and captivating that whenever she was around him, all he could focus on was her, as if only he could see this shy vulnerability with her that he found so tempting, as if she had been made with this trait to capture him so completely he could never look away. Her kindness made him want to protect it. Her bright smile did odd things to his chest. The playfulness faded from her gaze as she asked, "Can I ask you a difficult question?" "Sure, go ahead." He took another bite of his hot dog. "Did you ever meet your father's family?" He didn't mind her curiosity about his mother's murder, but a deep weariness rose in his gut. Everyone was curious once they found out about the tragedy, and he had no way to avoid it. Yet part of him wanted to explain. It seemed like she might be able to offer him some closure. "I flew out to Fort Myers and met them before I went into the military. On one hand, I was welcomed with open arms by people who said they missed me. But on the other hand, all I could feel was this boiling anger toward them. It was like they convinced themselves that nothing had gone wrong before my mother's death, when there must have been signs that she was in great danger." "That must have been hard," she offered. He nodded slowly. "I guess I blamed them in some part, even though I know that's not fair. But no one goes from a healthy relationship to shooting your wife in front of your child without any red flags along the way." "It's a shame no one helped her," she said softly. He gave her a nod in agreement. She watched him closely for a moment before she cocked her head. "Did you find what you were looking for when you went to meet them?" "In a way, I guess," he replied with a slight shrug. "I wanted to heal something, but I think when I got there, I was trying to prove to myself that I wasn't like him, that I wouldn't turn out like he did." Nessa furrowed her brows in confusion. "What do you mean?" "If I hadn't gone to meet them, I don't know if I would have ever been able to accept that I wasn't going to become my father,"
he explained, heaviness weighing on his shoulders. But getting to learn about him and the people who raised him made me realize that in some ways, I'm more like my mother than I am him. I felt very different from the people I met there, but I felt very at home with my mother's best friend and her husband. I took that to mean I was mostly my mother and had very little of my father. She smiled sadly at him. That's a very beautiful realization. He nodded slowly. Yes, it is. And although closure may never fully come for me, it's no longer something that haunts my life daily. After meeting them, I started doing things that would have made my mom proud instead. Nessa gave him a sweet smile. I'm sure she'd be immensely proud of you. He stared into her eyes, and an overwhelming warmth swelled up in his chest. Thank you for saying that, Nessa, he said, reaching out and grabbing her hand. It wasn't until her eyes widened that he realized what he had done. Even so, the surprise only lasted a moment before she gave his hand a squeeze in return. And that was why he told her. This feeling she gave him, he wanted more of this. Once he let go of her hand, he thought it was time to get inside her head, especially if he planned on inviting her into Phoenix. How are you handling the aftermath of the attack? I can't imagine how shaken up you must be. I would feel much better if they had caught him, she said, after taking a bite of her hot dog and chewing a moment. It's scary not knowing who did this or why they attacked me. Hunt will find out, Ronan assured her. I have no doubt about that. She gave a little shrug. I hope it happens before he finds another target. Though Ronan wondered if he was overstepping, he couldn't help but ask, Have you considered seeing a therapist? She seemed to contemplate that idea for a few moments before she shrugged again and said, To be honest, Lottie is kind of like my therapist already. She's great at listening and understanding what I'm going through. If I'm going to talk about any of this with anyone, it's going to be with people who know me and who understand what I've been through. But my work has sent me some names of doctors at the hospital, so it's an option if I change my mind. I think that makes a lot of sense, he smiled. When he'd come out of the military and everything about his mother's murder had hit him, he hadn't known anybody who he could share these things with. No one understood his trauma because he never met another person who'd been through something so traumatic. It was a comfort to trust in Nessa, but it was also difficult to open up after so long being closed off. She finished chewing and then continued. To answer your question, I guess I'm doing pretty good, but at the same time I feel like I should be doing better. I hate the feeling that I'm always looking over my shoulder. I sort of feel different, like I'm not really me, if that makes any sense. And I'm angry that some jerk did this to me. I want justice to be served. Ronan gave a firm nod. You'll get justice, don't doubt that. He watched her for a moment as she finished her hot dog, admiring her strength amid her vulnerability. You are unlike anyone else I have ever met. How so? She asked with a laugh tinged with trepidation. He held that pretty stare that made his breath catch in his throat. You have faced darkness and yet still retain such kindness. The first thing you thought about the next day was to see Ollie. He hadn't been able to find that kindness when PTSD stole his life, and he wondered if that's what drew him to Nessa. Could she show him a life of what would have been if his mother wasn't murdered? You are an amazing woman, Nessa. He saw the flicker of emotion cross her face, and the smile she gave him made his skin prickle and ache to pull her into his arms. As she playfully nudged her shoulder into him, Ronan couldn't quite remember a time where he felt so alive. Thank you, Ronan, she smiled. He returned the smile. Feeling like for the first time since the attack, he saw a little of her spark come back. 6. On their walk back to Ronan's apartment, Nessa nearly jumped out of her skin as someone came out of a building, cutting her off.
She shook her head, reminding herself she had nothing to worry about. Ronan was next to her. She did trust he'd protect her. He was trained to see all the danger around them, and she had no doubt those sharp eyes of his knew where every single person was on the street. When they finally made it back to his place, she asked, "Is it all right if I take a shower?" "Of course," he said. She took in his sweaty clothes and hair, much like her own. "You don't want to shower first?" He shook his head. "I've got a shower in my room." "Oh, okay, great." She scurried away into the guest room, where she would stay until the insanity of all this was over. The room was a decent size for New York City, especially as a guest room. She couldn't help but wonder how big Ronan's actual bedroom was. But his room was at the very end of the hallway. A queen-size bed took up most of the space in the guest room, with a metal end table next to the bed. The walls were painted a light gray, and the bed sheets were a darker gray, along with a black duvet and white throw pillows. The entire room screamed masculinity. She grabbed some comfy pants and a t-shirt, along with new panties and a bra from her bag, and headed for the shower. Under the warm stream of the water, she washed up quickly before getting out. She dried off and dressed, and promptly headed out into the living room. She'd done her best to dry her hair, putting it up in a ponytail, but she could feel the water dripping onto her chest as she pulled the end of her ponytail over her shoulder, something that Ronan noticed immediately, the moment she stepped into the living room. His gaze lingered on her chest before lifting to her face. She noticed his eyes had darkened, shifting in intensity. For a long moment, he simply stared at her. Again, a flicker of heat spiraled through her, but faded far too quickly. As if he noticed, his neutral expression slid back into place. "Would you like a glass of wine?" he asked. She nodded, moving to the tall glass windows. "Sure, that would be great." "Red or white?" "Either works," she smiled. "Surprise me." He acknowledged that with a nod and then headed to his kitchen. She glanced out the windows at the sea of lights in the city skyline, taking it all in. The night was still, but the shadows everywhere only reminded her of the lurking danger. She couldn't help but wonder if her attacker knew she was there, if he was watching her right now through binoculars. She shivered at the thought. "Come take a seat," Ronan said calmly. "I've got to talk to you about something." Relieved for the distraction, Nessa dropped down onto the firm cushion next to Dex, giving his ears a scratch, and looked at Ronan expectantly. "Is everything okay?" He watched her closely, seemingly considering his words before he spoke. "This is the first time in my life where I'm actually unsure how to word what I need to say," he began slowly. She cocked her head. "Has there been an update on the case?" "No," Ronan replied, shaking his head firmly. "It's nothing like that. This is something good." He paused, staring at her intently before continuing softly. "What would you do if I told you there was a way to get money for Ollie?" She didn't hesitate. "I would tell you I'd do anything to get it." "I thought that's what you might say," he said. Again, his stare only intensified. "Before we get into this, and I know this is an odd request, but I need you to sign an NDA first." She took a hesitant sip of wine, savoring the sweet notes. "Why?" "It's part of the deal with what I'm about to tell you, and I need you to promise not to tell anyone what we discuss." Her mind was racing with questions. She watched him closely, waiting for him to tell her he was joking, but instead he just leaned forward and pulled out a black folder from the drawer on the end table. He handed it over quietly, saying, "I know this is confusing, but trust me." She surprised herself when she didn't even hesitate in taking the folder. She read through the NDA. The name Reese Harrington was written at the top. She was familiar with similar agreements from working at the hospital. She read through each paragraph twice, looking for any indication that what she was about to sign could get her into trouble. But it all seemed standard enough, and everything suddenly made sense when she saw the mention of Phoenix. Though still confused, she signed the agreement and dated it before handing it back to Ronan in its folder. "I hate to break it to you, but I already know about Phoenix." "From Lottie?" he asked. She nodded. "She never goes into details because she says she can't, but she told me she belongs to the sex club, and that's how she met Hunt."
He finished off his shot of the whiskey and then placed his glass back on the table. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. All right, that makes this a little easier then. He paused. To make sure you have all the correct information, let me explain. Beneath the club, there's an exclusive sex club in the tunnels. It caters to the wealthy elite of New York City. The members pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for private shows, featuring any fantasy you could ever dream up. To put it simply, the members pay to watch others have sex. He paused to take a breath and then continued. Like you know, I work security there, and sometimes I'm asked to take part in the shows. That's how I make my money to afford all this. I kind of figured that out already, she said, glancing around his living room. Most former military and security detail can't afford a place like this. He smiled at her, like he had no doubt she'd pieced it all together. Reese actually pays all his staff well, but for the shows, I can make anywhere from $20,000 to $200,000, depending on how involved I am in the performance. That's an insane amount of money, she said. It is, he agreed, which is why I spoke to Reese and asked him to set up a show that I can do, so that the money goes straight to Katrina and Ollie. She parted her mouth to respond, but then shut them just as fast. Reeling with his offer, she managed to ask, Why would you give up that much money for someone you don't even know? He held her gaze with such intensity that she couldn't speak again. Her mind whirled as the silence ticked on. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally answered her. You care for Ollie, and you want to help him. I don't need to know more than that. His answer struck a chord within her heart. She gulped down the rest of her wine, trying to moisten her throat, which had gone suddenly dry. Listen, he said, filling the silence. I'm doing the show regardless, and I'll give the money to Ollie. But if you took part too, we'd get double. She blinked, and blinked again. Are you saying that Reese agreed to allow me to participate in a show? She asked. Ronan inclined his head. Reese owes me a favor, and I called it in. I know you want to help Ollie, but I also have been where you are. I've been stuck and unable to move forward. Phoenix, for me, brought healing in ways I could not have expected. It gave me something new, something exciting and thrilling, something beyond the trauma. She listened and processed. Morally, she was conflicted about the decision. She'd never even had a one-night stand before, but she realized Ronan was right. She did feel stuck, wanting to move forward, but not sure how. In the end, the thought of helping Ollie made it an easy one for her. Who would I do this with? Ronan hesitated before saying quietly, Me. Her heart skipped a beat. She stared at him disbelievingly. You? He gave her a slow nod without breaking eye contact. Do you trust me? She paused, her mind and heart racing 1,000,000 miles per second. I do. The words escaped her lips, but the knot of anxiety in her stomach remained. If you were to do this, I'd keep you safe, Nessa, Ronan said softly. Let me remind you what a connection between two people should feel like. Leave fear behind and step into a new adventure, one where pain does not exist, one where touch is pleasurable again, one where you make all the decisions. His words echoed in her mind. Her thoughts kept returning to what else he wanted from her, something more than this growing friendship. Maybe not for forever, but for a night that would give her money to save Ollie's life. The same flutter in her belly returned at the thought of him touching her, and she desperately wanted to cling to it, to remind herself of the woman she'd been before the attack. I don't want to pressure you into anything, he said firmly in response to her silence. Take your time and think about it. Nodding nervously, she rose to retreat to the guest room, but then she stopped and glanced back. I can talk to Lottie about my possibly being involved in a show, right? Now that you signed the NDA, you can talk about anything you'd like with her. Ronan said, holding her stare. Again she nodded and hurried to the room. She shut the door behind her, and the mattress bounced beneath her as she sat on the bed. Holy shit, she breathed. Knowing there was no way she could figure this out on her own, she reached for her phone and dialed Lottie. The moment she heard Lottie's voice, she blurted out, "Ronan wants to do a show with me." Lottie laughed a bit awkwardly. "Okay, so Ronan told you. Hunt said you'd probably be calling tonight. Let me FaceTime you." "Okay." Nessa ended the call and waited for her device to ring again before she clicked the button. Lottie appeared on the screen with a window in the background of her living room. Well, you look like you're handling it well." "For real?" Nessa asked with an astonished laugh. "I feel like I just stepped into an X-rated rom-com movie." Lottie burst out laughing and winked at Nessa playfully. "That sounds pretty good to me. Sign me up." Nessa couldn't help but smile back at her friend's comment. "Did you know that Ronan was going to ask me to do this?" "No, Hunt only told me a little while ago," Lottie replied, her smile fading. "I know you always said you were never brave enough to get involved with the sex club, but I understand how much money you need for Ollie, and all I can say is that you will be safe. I can come with you if you want, or Hunt can also be there, if that would make it better for you." Nessa blinked. "You want to watch me have sex with Ronan?" Lottie's expression focused. "I know that sounds so weird, but it's just," she shrugged, "not weird to us. It's hard to explain, but when you're in that environment, you don't see the person or your friend. You see the connection. You see the fantasy that's being played out. You see the beauty in a physical, intimate connection." Again, Nessa blinked. Lottie's mouth twitched. "It's weird at first for anyone, but this is very normal to us. I don't even know if I can explain it to you other than to say there is something so incredible and freeing when you welcome pleasure into your life in a way that has no restraints." She hesitated for a long moment and then said, "But this is your choice, Nessa. You do not have to do this. In fact, Hunt and I decided that we would also do the show alongside Ronan, so we could help you get more money." "You did?" Nessa breathed, her emotions clogging up her throat. Lottie smiled and nodded. "We love you, Nessa. And you love Ollie. We'll do whatever we can to help you." Tears rose to Nessa's eyes, and she wiped away one that trailed her cheek. "But again," Lottie added, "you don't need to do anything. With Ronan, Hunt, and I doing the show, we're going to bring in a ton of money to help Ollie. You don't need to do anything that you're not comfortable with. But I believe Ronan thought it was right that you were given the chance to participate in this. Not only for Ollie, but for yourself, too. Think on it tonight. No rush. Just think on it." "Okay," Nessa said. She couldn't recall all the words she had said to Lottie before ending their conversation. The only thing lingering on her mind were two people, whom she trusted, suggesting she consider joining a sex club and having sex in front of the wealthy in exchange for money. How did one even begin to process such an idea? 7. Ronan stared at the ceiling, wondering how in the hell he was going to be able to sleep tonight. He couldn't stop thinking about Nessa. Just the thought of running his hands along her soft curves made him hard. He couldn't stop imagining how deep her cheeks would flush once he finally got to touch her. He swore he could smell her in his nostrils. He felt like he could hear every one of her moans, and it was making it impossible for him to even rest his eyes. A sudden creak outside his door had him shooting up in bed. He stayed, perched on the edge of his mattress, tilting his head and listening carefully. A screech of the hinges had him sitting upright, almost jumping out of bed, before catching a glimpse of Nessa through the darkness of his bedroom door gap. His entire body ached with desire as he drank in her silhouette in her thin white nightgown. He waited for a few seconds before asking her, "Is everything okay, Nessa?" With a quaver in her voice, she said, "Katrina and Ollie need that money, and if this is what it takes to get them help, then I'm going to do it." Ronan nodded his head in agreement.
it's a surefire way to get him what they need fast.
A silence came before she spoke again. You're also right. I'm stuck in this situation, and I'm desperate to get out of it. I don't know if this will make a difference, but nothing else has worked. I can't spend all my time wishing for that man to be apprehended. I need to take back control and start making decisions that are good for me. She paused again, moving closer, until she stood by the side of the bed. I don't think I can ever repay you for all that you've done for me and Ollie, she finally said. You put everything into motion, and I'm grateful for that. He smiled at her.
You don't need to thank me, Nessa, he replied gently. We're doing this because it's the right thing to do, and because he's a good kid.
Okay, she said softly. There's just one other thing. Ronan's heart skipped a beat as she trailed off. He knew there was more to this than just gratitude.
What is it?
He pressed. He heard her breath hitch. I don't want the first time we touch each other to be in front of anyone else. He stared at her in the darkness, unsure of how to respond. He turned on the bedside light, illuminating the space between them. She had never looked more beautiful, her hair soft around her makeup-free face, her dark, rosy nipples peaked against the thin fabric.
What exactly are you asking me to do?
He asked, finally. She blushed deeply as she whispered, I want you to have sex with me. The room grew quiet as Ronan struggled to process what she had asked him. He lifted an eyebrow at her incredulously, trying not to let his shock show. Now? He asked, unable to hide his disbelief. Yes, she replied firmly, but then quickly added, only if you're okay with that, of course. I figure if we're having sex anyway in front of people, then it isn't such a wild idea. I don't want others to see my reaction to you touching me after my attack. I just don't know
how it will feel,
he offered. She nodded silently. He processed, thinking this through from every angle. He wanted her. Damn did he want her. At his hesitation, her confidence faltered before his eyes. Never mind, she suddenly gasped, spinning away from him. He lightly grabbed her wrist, stopping her.
Where do you think you're going?
He asked, and even he heard the huskiness in his voice. Nessa remained silent as she watched him warily, her clever eyes assessing him.
I don't think it's been any secret that I've wanted you, Nessa, he said quietly.
She hesitated before finally lowering herself onto the bed, and with a trembling voice, whispered, I think you know I've wanted you too. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could form any words, she kissed him, and whatever was about to be said was forgotten. His lips against hers ignited a feeling he wasn't ready for. It surpassed anything he had experienced prior. Nessa kissed him with such warmth and tenderness. It filled him with longing so strong, he almost felt possessive of it. He noted the stiffness of her muscles for only a moment, before she relaxed against him. His thoughts soon caught up with him, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, flipping her so she lay beneath him. He deepened the kiss, taking over completely, ensuring the gentleness transformed into something more intoxicating than Nessa ever imagined possible. He hoped with every swipe of his tongue she'd let her fears go and his touch would heal her. When she lifted her hips, offering herself to him, he broke away from her mouth, trailing kisses down her jawline along her neck until she moved against his cock, straining in his boxer briefs. Every breath hitched in his throat as her delicious smell of sugary sweetness enveloped him. She slid her fingers into his hair, tugging him closer and pressing her lips to his. His whole body sparked with pleasure at the soft feel of her body beneath his, but months of built-up tension between them bubbled over into an urgent desire. She shifted against his cock again, pressing her warm heat over him, sending waves of pleasure through every nerve ending he had. The only thing separating them was a few layers of fabric, and he was acutely aware of that fact. He pulled back with a gasp, resting his forehead against hers. "Are you sure about this?" She moved again, arching her hips up, breathless. "Yes, I'm sure. I want you." Even though everything else in his mind screamed for him to tear her nightgown off and ravage her body until she was screaming with pleasure, the doubts still lingered in the back of his mind. "If you want me to stop, slow down, anything, promise me you'll tell me." She held his gaze like no one ever had before. He felt as if she could look straight past all his fears and reservations and see the real Ronan underneath, the one he kept so carefully hidden away from anyone else. "I promise," she rasped. And in that moment, he did something he never did. He let her pass by all his barriers. As her hands moved down his body, he saw the spark return fully in her eyes. The hot arousal that always burned between them was back with a vengeance. He liked that all he had to do was touch her to bring her back to him. She lifted her hips to meet his, and any sense of reason left him. He lifted her and pulled her nightgown off faster than he could breathe. The second she was exposed to him, he sat back on his legs and took in the sight of her. She was perfect, not too hard or too soft, with round breasts and tight, rosy nipples. He liked what he saw so much that he ran his fingers along her panties and tugged them down in one swift motion. He heard her heavy breathing, her chest rising and falling faster, and he mirrored the same intensity. He climbed on top of her and pressed down on her body, using his knees to part her thighs. His mouth found hers, and he kissed her deeply, surprised by how, when Nessa wanted something, she took it. And he wondered if through their touches, she was searching for that bit of herself she lost too. He moved his lips from her mouth to her neck, lightly nibbling her earlobe as he made his way lower. His kisses landed on her breasts, gently squeezing them until he could pinch each nipple between his fingers, and she moaned in pleasure. His trail of kisses continued down until he reached the curve of one hip, where he left a tender kiss, smiling at the way her body trembled beneath him. "Do you want my tongue, Nessa?" he murmured. "Please," she whispered almost desperately. Music to his ears. The invitation to keep going was all he needed. He spread her legs wider and settled between them, hearing the hitch of her breath when he blew softly across the heat of her skin. As he tasted the sweetness of her neatly trimmed sex, her aroused skin glistened beneath him. His need for her was dizzying, and he licked from bottom to top before she began begging for more. Listening to her pleas, he gently tickled her clit with his tongue, teasing her until her hips rose higher and higher, and she was grinding herself against his mouth, greedily taking her pleasure. He reached out and grasped one of her breasts, massaging it gently as he noticed her fingers tangled in the bedsheets. He understood the desire rising within her. A single touch from her would send him over the edge. Her moans built until finally she reached an explosive climax, her legs straightening and his arms wrapping around her leg to keep her still as he continued to suck and lick at her, drawing out her pleasure for as long as possible. Many minutes later, she smiled down at him as he kissed her inner thigh. "Damn," she rasped. "You're very good at that." He wanted to respond, but all he could focus on were those beautiful rosy cheeks. His cock pulsed painfully hard in response as she gazed up at him eagerly. Finally, she reached for him. He took her hand and pinned it above her head. "Can't I touch you?" she asked, pleadingly, almost begging. He shook his head, barely holding on to the thin thread of control he felt unraveling with each second spent near her. "The only thing I want right now is to have your sweet pussy around me." Reaching to the back of the drawer, he pulled out a box of condoms. He pushed off his boxer briefs and leaned back on his legs in invitation. Her eyes widening in pleasure at the size of him ignited a frenzy in him he wanted to feel again and again. Quickly he unwrapped a condom and rolled it over himself before scooting closer to her and placing her legs over his own. Positioning himself around her entrance, he said softly,
This doesn't have to happen if you don't want it.
Before he knew what was happening, she had grasped his buttocks and impaled herself onto him completely, causing them both to cry out in pleasure. His eyes shut tight as the sensation flooded through his body, feeling every inch of her wrapped around him perfectly. She let out a quiet gasp, too, likely partly in pain due to his size, which made him chuckle.
That's not exactly how I would have done that, he told her with a husky voice. Her fingernails dug into his backside as she commanded, "Move, now."
He gave her what she wanted. His intensity flooded him all the same as their lips met, and all he wanted was to get closer still, kissing her passionately until they moved together faster and harder, until their bodies locked tightly around each other. Soon he was pounding against her in a furious rhythm as every previous inhibition was forgotten, and all that mattered was this moment. They moved together feverishly, his muscles quivering with violent intensity, until he could sense her body trembling in anticipation of her climax, and feeling her falling into orgasm. With one final surge of strength, he crashed into her, feeling every ounce of her pleasure reverberate through his body, before they both peaked in an unstoppable eruption of ecstasy that sent them reeling over the edge. 8. For Ollie, for herself. Nothing could still Nessa's nerves in the following days, but it was as if they had suddenly ballooned in size. Down in the stone-walled tunnels of Phoenix, she trailed behind Lottie and Hunt, and she couldn't help but admire the striking figures they presented. Lottie looked majestic in a white gown, adorned with gold jewelry, and her dark hair pulled back in a braid, with an intricate silver mask covering half her face. Hunt was dressed in a white toga with a tied one shoulder and ruched asymmetrical skirt, carrying a gold shield and wearing a golden mask. She now understood what had initially attracted Lottie to him. There was no denying Hunt made for an impressive warrior. When Lottie reached a doorway that led into the room for the show tonight, she stood still in front of the door, looking back at Nessa. "Are you ready for this?" she asked. Without hesitation, Nessa replied firmly, "I'm ready." Lies. All lies. Hunt offered a reassuring smile.
"Turn off your mind,"
he said quietly, tapping her forehead lightly.
"Remember why you're doing this. Remember that it's Ronan waiting in there for you. Remember that all the power tonight remains with you."
Nessa listened to every word he said and echoed those words in her mind. For Ollie, for herself, and Ronan. And that was all it took for her strength to push past any reservations. She nodded once more. "I'm ready." Hunt returned a firm nod before he opened the door. Lottie gave Nessa's hand an encouraging squeeze before following Hunt into the room. Nessa had already seen what awaited her inside when she arrived tonight. Columns of gold surrounded a bed draped in white sheets and deep red velvet curtains. The headboard was made of gold and carved with naked men and women embracing each other. The show tonight was a play on Greek mythology. Ares smuggling in Aphrodite to share a night of passion. Hunt and Lottie were the guards, entrusted with her safety. On her, Aphrodite's, head, a gold crown shone, complementing the masquerade mask that covered her face. Her identity wasn't exactly hidden completely, but it was enough for tonight's role-playing that Nessa doubted anyone would recognize her on the street, or in the emergency room. Her hair was pulled back away from her face, while long beachy waves cascaded down her back. She wore a hand-spun cotton dress secured by a rope belt around her waist, 2 bright gold bands around both arms, and one around her thigh, and a thick, beautiful necklace around her neck. Immediately she became instantly aware of the 40 or more people in the room. Everyone wore masks. Some covered their entire face, some half. She swore she could taste the wealth coming off everyone in this space. While nerves rattled through her, and embarrassment matched it, she shoved it all aside. She did not know these people, and every one of them stared upon her like she was the most beautiful woman in the room. Besides, the second she caught sight of Ronan standing near the bed, everything else and everyone else around her disappeared.
He was wearing a bronze metal skirt and held a spear. A mask covered most of his face, showing only his eyes and lips. It was bronze with red feathers adorning it. Ronan's chest was covered with golden armor, but instead of silencing his power, it seemed to amplify it. Over the course of 3 nights, while her bruises faded enough that makeup would cover them, she enjoyed Ronan's unique pleasure, and now she wasn't scared anymore. She wanted him and this experience. She knew there would always be a line dividing before the attack and after the attack, but in this space, she did feel powerful. Here, finally, she was in control again. Tonight was going to change everything. Katrina's and Ollie's lives were about to change. Moreover, like it had every night with Ronan, there was an intense longing and fierce desire that she thought had been lost forever.
"You're for my pleasure?"
Ronan asked, calling out to her. "Yes, Ares," she whispered, repeating the lines that she and Ronan had rehearsed together. "As you are for mine." Ronan grinned, and that sly smile was all Ronan, and none of Ares. Her heart rate raced as he closed the distance and reached for the rope on her dress. He opened it, letting the rope unwind until the fabric fell from her body, leaving her in only gold jewels. His gaze roamed over her, stopping for a moment at the nipple clamps attached to both breasts and to a chain that hung down to her belly button. Ronan lifted his gaze to hers, and lust burned in his eyes.
"Then get on your knees and pleasure me."
She did as she was told, slowly lowering her knees, feeling the crowd behind her shifting in anticipation. She felt lost in passion and things that she never experienced before. The energy in the room wasn't at all what she was expecting, and suddenly she knew what Lottie had meant. This space wasn't about sex alone. It was about experiencing desire in a way that most people never knew. It was about connection and existence on a physical level that went beyond what could happen in the bedroom. She fell into that feeling, wrapping the heat around her like a warm blanket, as Ronan unhooked the metal skirt that he wore and let it fall to the ground with a thud. He wore nothing beneath it, and his rock-hard cock sprung free, awaiting her. Standing in his golden armor, with matching armor that went up his thighs, Ronan had fallen perfectly into his role of the god of war. And as the goddess of sexual love and beauty, Nessa reached for his cock, standing at attention. He was hard, so hard that she had to rise a little higher on her knees to lick the tip, taking the dab of salty moisture there onto her tongue. She moaned, taking his taste into her mouth. As she licked up the length of him, he threw his head back and grunted, feeling like she was doing this for her and him, and not the show. She went slowly at first, teasing him with her tongue, holding his cock against his stomach to take his balls into her mouth, and moaned against them. But soon she sensed him tense, and she knew he wanted more. Determined to give him all he needed, and even beyond that, she licked from the base all the way to the tip, and then she took him deep into her mouth. Ronan let out a guttural moan that made her pussy dampen and clench in need. As she popped her mouth off him, running her hand along his shaft, his one hand threaded into her hair, and she became lost in the pleasure alongside him. She was swept away in the euphoria of watching him come undone by her pleasure, so she moved faster. She squeezed him harder, and soon he was thrusting into her mouth. She heard the hitching of his moans. She felt the tremble of his legs. He tried to pull back, as was the plan for the show, but she grabbed his ass, holding him still, working him harder, needing only one thing: to taste him. A moment later, he gave her what she wanted. He thrust deeply into her mouth, and she swallowed as he unloaded onto her tongue. He trembled and grunted as she swirled her tongue around him, taking every last drop he offered. When she finally leaned away, pressing a kiss to his hip, she glanced up, and her breath got caught in her throat. She thought she'd find him satisfied, but that's not what she found.
Dark eyes full of lust stared back at her, and before she knew it, she was in his arms, her thighs wrapping around his legs as he sealed his mouth across hers. The kiss he gave her left no misunderstanding. She'd awoken the beast. She became vaguely aware of Hunt's deep grunts, Lottie's moans, and skin slapping against skin as Ronan walked them over to the bed, where he laid her back. He kept his hands on her face, and for a split second, clarity came to her, and she realized why he had done it. He wasn't letting her see the crowd around them, and as she shut her eyes, falling into his kiss, she realized that she didn't want to see them. The only person she wanted to see was him, Ronan. Letting go of her mind and falling into the sensations, she marveled in every lick and hot kiss as he worked his way from her mouth to her neck, down to her nipple where he nipped at the bud, swirling his fingers around the chain connected to the clamps on her nipples. A confusing mix of pain and pleasure had her arching her back as he tugged, wanting more. A throaty chuckle escaped him as he swirled his tongue on the other nipple, tugging on the chain. Her gasp followed a moan that she could not control. Continuing down her body, he kissed his way lower until he was above her pelvic bone, where he stayed a little longer and inhaled deeply. Only then did she force her eyes open, remembering the scripted lines they had to say. Not a moment of this show was unplanned. She knew exactly what would happen, every minute, even down to every second. But she could not have prepared for the pleasure, the rise of the pleasure of being watched. That she did not hate this. She liked this. As if he knew, Ronan glanced up at her body with a wicked smile and murmured, "Such a scent could drive a man mad." She stroked a finger across his cheek, dragging it along his bottom lip. "Such a scent belongs only to a god." Ronan growled possessively. Before his tongue met her heated flesh, he licked through her folds, gathering her arousal, and she unraveled as he feasted upon her like he'd been starved. Nessa went far, far away from there, melting into the pleasure, until there was only a blinding release. It wasn't until she felt him lifting her that any sense of her mind returned. She realized he'd joined her on the bed, kneeling behind her. His arm banded around her waist, and her gaze landed on the crowd, a crowd that stared upon her with lust. She melted into the awareness that they wanted to watch her, that they got off on watching her. She was oddly empowered by it. But that crowd vanished as the tip of Ronan, covered in latex, pressed against her sex. She wiggled, taking a little of him in. Ronan groaned, biting down on her shoulder. Then, with a growl, he entered her. She'd been prepared for this part of the show, where she was on full display for the members to watch her, to admire the goddess as she was roughly taken. But Ronan had never unleashed himself this way, and she could barely keep up with his passion. This was no show, no acting. This was all her true self as she lost herself to him. Each thrust was a statement. I am the god of war. And she was shattering under the pleasure. Just as she peeked into her climax, he tugged the chain, pulling the clamps off. Sensation roared through her, taking her higher to a place she had never been before. She screamed with the force of the power storming through her, and she didn't fall over the edge. She swan-dived off it, feeling the trickle of her arousal slide down her leg. Ronan went into a frenzy of thrusts until he finally roared his pleasure, bringing sweet satisfaction and their labored breathing. She was left trembling from the intensity, and as he got off the bed, she caught sight of the back of him, and she couldn't stop the smile that rose on her face. Her fingernail marks remained on his skin from the other night. She liked to see those marks on him. It seemed like a sign to everyone there tonight that he was hers, and there was something deep within her that wanted to believe it was true. "Don't go back to Hephaestus," Ronan said, capturing her chin, demanding her gaze. "Stay with me. I'll protect you." Somehow she remembered her scripted line. "He will burn you alive if I don't go back." "Then I will burn,"
Ronan growled. She gazed into his eyes, expecting silence to follow as the show was over. But Ronan surprised her. He brought his face close to hers, his lips nearly on hers, and he said with a passion she'd never heard from him, "I will burn the worlds, if it means I can keep you." His lips met hers in a searing kiss that she felt right down to her toes, and she heard the clapping of the crowd around her before they began filing out of the room. Her mind spun wildly as she opened her eyes to Ronan, because she knew that line didn't come from Ares. That line came from Ronan. 9. The following morning, Nessa slowly awoke, reluctant to leave the comfort of her bed. She stared up at the ceiling, 1,000 different thoughts flying through her mind. She'd never experienced anything like last night before, and didn't know how to deal with it. It occurred to her then she was both embarrassed and a little ashamed at not only having sex in front of others, but without a relationship involved. But she also felt strangely alive. Morally, what she'd done still seemed to fall in the gray area, but Ronan's sizzling touch made her want to go back to the club, again and again, and maybe even that wouldn't be enough. And how could she make sense out of that? Only adding to the confusion was the statement Ronan had made last night. This entire thing had been planned to obtain the money to help Ollie and to help her gain her confidence back. But the passion exuding from Ronan hadn't seemed like an obligation. The time she spent wrapped in his arms the nights before hadn't seemed like preparation for the show. What they shared was sweet, something that she'd been longing for, something like exactly what Ronan had said last night, something worth keeping. Her head began to throb at her temples, and she rubbed at the ache. Looking back on their time together, something had changed between them. When he looked at her, touched her, she'd experienced something real, something deep within herself. She didn't want to let go of that. She wanted to believe that what lay between them was something more meaningful than sex alone. Sighing, she reached for the check that she'd left on the end table beside her bed last night. $200,000. Ronan, Lottie, and Hunt had also donated their $50,000 each to Ollie. The amount of money would change Ollie's and Katrina's lives. It could save Ollie. And Nessa had no idea what she did to deserve such wonderful friends, who offered up their financial gifts all because Nessa loved Ollie. But she was glad about it. No one was ready to watch Ollie die. Suddenly, she felt ridiculous sitting here pining over what might or might not be with Ronan, when Ollie's life was on the line. Urgent to share the check with them, she threw the covers off and quickly showered, changing into jeans and a cotton t-shirt and ballet flats. She put mascara on, and instead of drying her hair, she threw it up in a high ponytail. Feeling a little unsteady on her feet, she opened the door and found Dex sitting there waiting for her like he did every morning. She smiled, leaning down and kissing him on the head. "Good morning, buddy." He licked her face, then took off running toward the kitchen. She patted her way after him, hearing the sizzling of bacon cooking in the kitchen. Taking a deep breath to prepare herself for the dreaded morning after, she rounded the corner and found Ronan at the stove with a tea towel over his shoulder. His face lit up with a smile as he greeted her, but she couldn't help but feel edgy about it. The smile seemed forced. He lacked his usual playfulness. Any hope that maybe something would continue between them died. And died brutally. Not only was there no new warmth or hint he had feelings that extended beyond sex, but he was drawing the line very hard now. Even sex wasn't on the table anymore. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Her stomach was empty, yet uneasy. She shook her head. "I'll take a coffee to go." She held up the check. "I want to go bring this to Katrina and Ollie." She headed for the coffee maker, and using one of Ronan's to-go cups, fixed herself a coffee. Ronan reached up to turn off the stove, even though the bacon wasn't cooked yet. "I'll come with you." "No, it's okay. You don't have to do that," she said.
He paused long enough that she glanced his way, finding him frowning.
"We haven't caught who attacked you yet," he said. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to be going out alone."
"It's the middle of the morning," she said with a laugh that suddenly sounded even to her full of tension. "I'll hail a cab. Perfectly safe. There are people everywhere." His frown deepened at whatever he saw on her face.
"All right,"
he said, finally relenting. She nearly sighed in relief, needing some space away to get her thoughts together. But as she turned, he said,
"Before you go, we have to talk about last night."
She shut her eyes and grounded herself before facing him again. "I don't think that's necessary," she said, trying to read his expression but finding nothing but distance between them. "We did this for Katrina and Ollie, and that's enough, right?" He looked at her with one raised eyebrow.
"You don't think we should talk about what happened last night?"
She hated herself for not being able to get a proper read on him. "Why do you think we need to talk about it?" she asked, throwing the question back at him.
His mouth curved into a knowing smile. "Because what you did last night is a big deal."
Her stomach twisted. Why, did I do something wrong? Had she broken some Phoenix rule she didn't know about? His smile fell.
"Why on earth would you think you did something wrong?"
"Because you look," she sighed, "uncomfortable." He leaned against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest.
"You definitely didn't do anything wrong."
Amusement flashed through his eyes, but it was gone a second later.
"In fact, I would say you did everything right."
Heat flushed to her face, and she wanted to scrub her cheeks, to wash it away, even if she was so damn happy that she was physically reacting to him again. But she hated the way her heart was squeezed a little, how she wanted so desperately for him to say to her that there was more going on between them, that last night changed everything for him too, that he loved spending time with her and that being near her made everything better. Deep in her heart, she craved to hear he felt something for her that first day they met, like she did. She wanted him to tell her that now that he'd been with her, he couldn't imagine not being with her. She felt sheer disappointment when he said,
"I only want to make sure you're all right."
She forced a smile, just like he'd done, trying hard to dispel the ache in her chest. "I'm okay, Ronan," she said quickly. To get this conversation over with and clear the air, she added, "I've had a few one-night stands. Sure, the sex in public was not something I ever imagined doing, but I did this to save Ollie and to create something new for myself. And that's all I'm thinking about this morning. Honestly, I'm okay with what happened between us." A beat passed before he asked,
"You don't feel like you need to talk anything out?"
"Oh, yes, please. Can we discuss how I'm delusional thinking something could happen between us?" "Nope," she stated. "It's all good." Another slow eyebrow arched.
"You're good letting all this go, then, and returning to being friends?"
She hesitated for a moment. Did she want that? Hell no. But she also knew the risk there that Ronan presented. Her heart was invested in this, and his was obviously not. Only a fool would continue down this path. She gave an easy smile, trying to be what she imagined Lottie would do in this situation. "We had fun, and I'll always be grateful to you for helping me and for helping Ollie. There's honestly nothing to talk about here." His brow arched higher, as if he didn't believe her.
"Really?"
She nodded. "Really."
"Back to being friends, then?"
She smiled. Back to being friends. And before she could say something she'd regret, she headed for the door. "I won't be long." His silence was the only confirmation she needed that she was doing the right thing, because no matter how much she told herself not to get attached, it had already happened. She was still even worse by the time she made it out of the building and hailed a taxi. She only started breathing normally again when the cab drove off toward the hospital, putting distance between her and Ronan. In the quiet back seat, she glanced down at the check, pushing every other thought from her mind. Ollie. He was all that mattered right now. The rest she could figure out later. When the taxi pulled into the circular driveway at the hospital, she paid the fare and took the stairs instead of waiting around for the elevator, arriving breathless at the pediatric floor a few minutes later. She hurried down the hallway, desperate to get there, and rushed into Ollie's room. Both Ollie and Katrina glanced her way. At whatever showed on Nessa's face, Katrina's eyebrows nearly shot up to her hairline. "Nessa, are you okay?" "Yes, I have something for you," Nessa said through a lump in her throat. She walked toward the bed and handed Katrina a check with her name on it and the amount written out. Katrina stared at the check in disbelief. "What is this?" Nessa smiled, her heart filled with emotion as she looked over at Ollie. "It's the money you need to help Ollie." Tears filled Katrina's eyes. She finally looked at Nessa, offering the check back. "This is too much money. I can't accept it." "It isn't too much money, but it's enough to get the treatment and pay your bills," Nessa said, covering Katrina's hands with hers. "It's exactly what you need, and something that both you and Ollie deserve." Her gaze shifted toward Ollie for a moment. He glanced between his mom and Nessa, looking paler than he had in a long time, only proving to Nessa that this check came at exactly the right time. "How?" Katrina swiped her tears away from her cheeks. "No, wait. This must have come from your savings. We can't take that away from you." "This didn't come from my savings," Nessa clarified. "This is a gift from a friend, someone who wishes to help Ollie." Katrina asked in surprise, "Why would they want to help someone they don't know?" Nessa smiled softly as the answer came to her heart. "Because they love me, and they know how much I love you and Ollie, so they helped." Katrina let out a sob, sounding both of relief and gratefulness. "We love you too, Nessa. You have no idea how much you mean to us." She threw herself at Nessa, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Nessa hugged her back tightly, then met Ollie's gaze as tears ran down his colorless cheeks. Staring at the boy who stole her heart, she silently prayed that this drug would work and give him an opportunity for a normal life, a life that Ollie deserved. The pounding in Ronan's head reminded him of how his and Nessa's paths had intertwined last night, as the door slammed shut behind her when she left for the hospital. He was so tempted to wrap her in his arms and start again where they left off, but he was hesitant to make another move. He wanted the next step to come from Nessa, considering all she'd been through, and she'd been ice cold this morning. An hour later, needing to straighten his head out, he sat on a firm couch in the sunny office of his therapist, Megan, a 40-something blonde woman. Dex was fast asleep at his feet. "So you met a woman," Megan said, sitting in her chair in the corner near the window surrounded by plants. "Is this a new relationship?" "Not exactly a new relationship. We've been friends for a while now," he replied, always confessing as much of the truth as he could, leaving out the existence of Phoenix. "But we've crossed a line recently." "Is this a line you wish you didn't cross?" she asked. He paused for a moment and thought that through before answering. "I wouldn't say that I'm not glad we crossed the line, because it benefited both of us. But I just don't know if I can turn off these feelings that I have for her." When she casually said it was over between them this morning, he'd nearly grabbed her and reminded her how good they had been together. He doubted that he was the type of man Nessa needed in her life right now. She needed to feel safe. She needed support. He didn't want to pressure her into anything she didn't want. Megan cocked her head. "Why would you want to turn your feelings off?" Ronan looked down at his feet at Dex, who whined. He felt the darkness that surrounded him sink in deeper, yet it was in stark contrast to Nessa. She was pure in a way he'd never seen before. It seemed to him that all the darkness of the world hadn't been able to touch her. He wanted a piece of that himself. She saw terrible things. She saw lives lost with her job, and likely dealt with difficult matters daily, but there she was, doing anything she could to save one little boy. "Because she's untainted," he told Megan. Megan made a note and then raised her brows. "And you think you are tainted?" Believing the question deserved some thought, he pondered. He knew his past events had shaped him, but he also knew he had the choice to live whatever life he chose, and to share it with whomever he desired. After all, he'd done the hard work to move past his mother's murder, grown from it, and chose paths that made his country safer for it. Ronan was proud of himself, and finally at peace with where his choices had led him. But it didn't change the fact that he couldn't get through a day without Dex, that if his dog wasn't there to pull him out of it, he'd unravel completely and find himself lost once again to panic. "I'm complicated," he finally answered. "Everyone is complicated," Megan countered gently. "And everyone deserves love." Ronan had no idea how to respond to that. A woman like Nessa deserved easy days and a strong man to come home to, not one who wavered in his strength. She'd need stability right now. He wanted to be that for her, but he couldn't help but wonder if the reason she held back this morning was because she knew he wasn't good for her. Luckily, Megan filled the silence when he didn't answer. "Tell me, what makes this woman so different than any other woman you've met?" "Simple," Ronan answered. "I want to take her into my arms and not let go." And saying that aloud suddenly made it true, and Megan's eyes softened with a kind smile. "Then maybe you should do just that, Ronan." "But can I keep her safe and happy?" he asked, heaviness weighing on his chest. "Can I handle that responsibility?" Without pause, Megan gave a firm nod. "Yes, Ronan, you can. Because there is a world out there full of hope and love. A world where you don't need to keep someone safe or away from danger. All you have to do is love them. And that's exactly the life you deserve." Ronan didn't know that kind of life. He only knew death. He only knew how to survive. And maybe that's what he liked most about Nessa. She was hope and light and all the things he should have had in his life. The thought had stayed with him long after his session with Megan, and throughout the day as he went to the gym and then took Dex to the dog park. He was sitting on one of the benches while Dex roughhoused with a yellow Labrador retriever when Nessa's text arrived, indicating she was spending the afternoon with Lottie. For dinner, Hunt and Lottie were having a barbecue with everyone coming. He kept trying to get his thoughts together as he returned home, showered and fed Dex dinner, but his thoughts were still echoing Megan's advice as he arrived at Hunt's house later that evening. He was immediately surrounded by their friends. Everyone was there. Reese and Zoe, Archer and Elise, Kieran and Hazel, along with all their young children, the entire new family Ronan had found, who all greeted him with hugs. But all he could think about was Nessa. When he caught sight of her standing with Lottie near the grill as Hunt flipped burgers, she wore a pale blue sundress and strappy sandals, and he restrained his groan as his fingers itched to wander up her leg, taking the dress with them. She talked easily among them. It occurred to him then how well she fit into this group. So well, in fact, he couldn't imagine her not being there.
"Beer?"
Ronan tore his gaze from Nessa to find Hawk. If anyone understood Ronan there, it was Hawk, being a retired Navy SEAL, too. Without Hawk, Ronan wouldn't have the life he had now. He owed a lot to his friend for getting him the job at Phoenix.
"Sure, thanks."
Hawk grabbed a beer out of the cooler, cracked it open, and handed the bottle to Ronan.
"Heard the show was spectacular last night."
Ronan nodded.
"Nessa is beautiful. Of course it was a good show."
Hawk said, his icy blue eyes twinkling as he carved a hand through his stylish blonde hair. He was slightly taller than Ronan, but they could have shared clothing, their tight, muscular physiques similar.
"Yeah, you're right. She is gorgeous. But I heard it was the two of you together that made the show so good."
Ronan chose not to comment, glancing away to Nessa. She caught his eye, held it a moment, and then looked away like he didn't matter. Ronan frowned before he downed his frustration with a swig of his beer.
It's a little complicated, I see,"
Hawk said with a laugh. Ronan snorted.
"It's fine." "Sure,"
Hawk said,
giving Ronan a firm tap on the back. "Let me know if you want to talk it out." Ronan huffed as Hawk headed away. His head was foggy and emotions unstable, making Dex whine and lick his hand. "I'm all right, buddy," he told his dog, giving him a scratch on the head. "This isn't about me."
"How's my girl doing?" Lottie asked. Ronan straightened to meet Lottie's strong gaze, not realizing she'd joined him. He nearly didn't answer, but he had to get out of his own damn head. Finally, he shrugged.
"To be honest, I don't really know."
"Why?" Lottie asked, brows drawn. "Is she acting different?"
"No, and that's the problem," Ronan said in a strained voice. "She's acting like last night was an everyday occurrence for her." If anyone had insight into Nessa, it was Lottie, her best friend. "Would you expect that?"
Lottie studied him closely for a moment before saying, "No. I'd think she would have had some big feelings about last night." Ronan had his suspicions about what Nessa must be feeling. Confusion because she had never been intimate with someone while others were watching, and she had enjoyed it. Happiness because there was still a chance to save Ollie. Pride because she pushed her boundaries. But he knew better than to voice them. Glancing over at her, she laughed with Hunt easily. Clearly, she wasn't rattled after last night, if being around Hunt wasn't strained, considering he was in the room the previous night. But she wasn't laughing that easily with him this morning. He clenched his jaw.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
Obviously reading his frustration, Lottie said, "We only talked a little bit about it when I first saw her because we went shopping with all the girls. But I'll bring it up again, just to make sure she's okay." Ronan nodded, but still insisted.
"You'll tell me if she's not?"
At that, Lottie hesitated, cocking her head. She responded with her own question. "Why are you keeping tabs on her?"
"I brought her into this," he explained, shoving his hands into his pockets. "If that was a mistake, I want to know about it."
"It wasn't a mistake," Lottie said immediately, shaking her head. "She would have done anything for Ollie. But Nessa is a romantic. She loves love. If she's feeling anything about this, it might just be awkwardness that she basically had a one-night stand." Ronan stilled.
"She's never had casual sex before?"
Lottie gave a small smile, shaking her head. "No, that's not Nessa's style. Like I said, she loves love. Sex for her has never been about the physical stuff. She seeks a deeper type of connection." Ronan reeled at that admission. If that was true, why had Nessa lied to him this morning? Was it to protect his feelings or hers? At whatever showed from Ronan's expression, Lottie glanced back at Nessa before turning to Ronan again, her face a mixture of concern and curiosity. "I'm not sure what your plans are here, but no games with her, Ronan, all right?" Even he didn't know what his plans were. Regardless, he gave her a firm nod and promised,
"The last thing I'll do with her is play games, Lottie."
"Good," Lottie said, and with a knowing smile said, "This looks good on you, you know." He frowned.
"What looks good on me?"
"Loving a woman," she replied quietly before walking away, taking his breath away with her. 10. The following morning, Nessa felt edgy. After the barbecue last night, she and Ronan had gone back to his place. He'd seemed even quieter than before, and she was simply tired, heading to bed with a quick good night. Her thoughts were running all over the place, and until she got a better handle on them, she wouldn't bring up everything she was feeling. To top it all off, she hadn't heard anything about her case. No possible suspects, no arrests, nothing at all. The daunting silence about her attack was heavy on her shoulders, and her mood soured the minute she woke up, which only seemed to worsen when she came out of her room in the morning, and Ronan kept her at a careful distance. She wondered how he could possibly be so passionate one moment and then switch off the next. She wished she had the same ability to turn her feelings on and off, as that would make it easier to deal with feeling so turned around. He took one look at her, frowned, then asked, "Want to hit the gym so I can teach you some self-defense?" She nodded without thought. Truth was, she really did feel like hitting something. and maybe even someone. After the way Ronan had been acting toward her, she thought getting some of this excess emotion out could only help her mood. She dressed quickly in workout wear, purposely only wearing a sports bra and yoga pants to show him what he was giving up so easily, though he won, coming out of his room shirtless, wearing black sports shorts, looking as mouth-wateringly gorgeous as always. Damn him. By the time they made it down to the building's gym, with Dex following, she was stewing in her anger. Dex took a spot on the one mat by the mirror, obviously his bed when Ronan worked out. Ronan began placing mats down to form a square, and then called her forward with a wave of his hands. "First things first," he said when she reached him. "You always want to focus on your attacker's vulnerable places. This can be nose, eyes, throat, and groin. When you want to act fast, and you want to act fierce. No hesitation. Use all your effort." Her breath caught a little when he took her hands and lifted them and said, "I want you to pretend that I'm an attacker, and I want you to push me." She held his gaze and felt ridiculous. "You want me to push you?" He nodded, taking a step back. "Come on, let's have it." Thinking he deserved a push or two for acting so different with her since their night at Phoenix together, she closed the distance and pushed him. He didn't even budge, and within a split second he kicked out her feet, and she found herself lying on her back. "What in the hell was that?" she gasped. He stared down at her, eyes blazing. "That's what's going to happen every time you push me, and don't make me think that you're a powerful woman." "But I'm not a powerful woman." She lifted her arms, giving them a little shake to remind him she had very little muscle. "I'm a runner. I don't have brute strength." He lifted an eyebrow at her. "Your attacker doesn't need to know that you're soft and sweet and not fierce and ferocious." She tried not to melt at the way his entire expression shifted into warmth, but she failed miserably. It made her so mad at him. She finally felt all the passion she had before, maybe even more because she'd tasted pleasure with Ronan. But he was sending out mixed signals. With a firm look, he offered his hand and helped her back to her feet. "When someone is attacking you," he stated, "they are getting off on the fear that you're experiencing. You don't want to make this easy for them. You need to use all your aggression and all your force during the execution of your push. Use your voice. Be loud. Be sure that someone is going to hear you." He waved her forward. "Come again." She drew on all the anger she'd endured for the past couple of days, all the fury she experienced that night of the attack, all the hopelessness she felt about Ollie's cancer, all the rage for how much the attack shook her to her core. Not giving Ronan a second to anticipate her move, she screamed, "Stay away from me!" and shot forward, shoving him off balance until he fell back. He hit the mat and grinned up at her. "Better." Quickly jumping to his feet, he began teaching her different ways to get away from an attacker. Her palm to his nose, her keys used to stab him in the groin. The instruction went on and on until she was breathless, laying on her back. He dropped down to sit next to her, leaning back on his hands, barely out of breath. The jerk. A long moment passed. Then his voice sounded rough. "You lied to me," he said. She turned her head, catching his questioning gaze. "When did I lie to you?" she asked. "Yesterday morning you said that you've had one-night stands. But that's not true." His expression was a mix of concern and curiosity. She exhaled slowly, glancing back up at the ceiling and away from his piercing stare. "You were treating me like I'm a fragile doll that could break at any moment. Stop acting differently around me than you used to, and maybe I won't need to tell you lies to make you feel better." A longer pause this time. Next time he spoke, his voice became slower, more careful. "How am I acting differently?" Not taking her eyes off the ceiling, afraid if she looked at him she'd lose her train of thought, and said, "Before you were always flirting with me and acting playful. Now you're aloof and barely look at me. You're acting like what happened during the days before the show didn't happen, or that I'm going to break or something because of it. It's annoying." The silence stretched on for what seemed like an eternity, so heavy she could hear the pounding of her heart echoing in her ears. She waited for him to say something, but all he did was reach out and tuck his fingers under her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his own eyes. In that moment, a wave of liquid heat filled her body as need overwhelmed her. This was the Ronin who made her world explode, intense, strong, and solely focused on her. As their eyes locked, she knew exactly what he was thinking because it was exactly what she was feeling too, a potent mix of desire and fear threading steadily through her veins. His voice lowered, doing something wicked to her belly. "You missed me flirting with you?" he asked. "I miss you acting like the old you," she said, hearing the rasp in her voice. "Why does that bother you?" "No, Nessa, that doesn't bother me." The side of his mouth quirked in that sexy way he owned. He cupped her face and brought his mouth close to hers. "I'd say that the only thing stopping me from ripping off your clothes and sinking deep inside you is knowing that it might not be good for you." Her heart squeezed, unleashing a wave of emotion. "What makes you think being together isn't good for me?" His expression softened immensely. "I am not now, or will I ever be, fully put together. And while you seem naturally solid, sweet, it's what worries me. It's like there's always this pressure inside my chest that I can't shake, but when I'm around you, it somehow gets better. It's almost like my own personal balm." His fingers brushed across her cheeks tenderly. "Being with you wasn't just about sex. Not for me, anyway," he continued softly, searching her gaze intently. "You tasted of something I've never tasted before." "What do I taste like?" she managed to ask. His voice grew rough. "Something forbidden. Something I want to keep." She wanted to fall into everything he was saying and wrap it around her so tightly, but she couldn't understand the past couple of days. Why did you act so differently if this is how you feel? He paused for so long she didn't think he'd answer her, but he surprised her. "I don't want to rush you. I don't want to get this wrong, and I'm scared." Her brows rose. "You're scared?" She didn't think he feared anything. Again he paused. "What if I can't keep you safe?" She pressed deeper into the mat below her, glad about the support. Her heart shattered into a million pieces at the sadness in his eyes, because she knew then that his detachment wasn't about not liking her. It was about his mother, and the guilt he endured as he sat next to her that she was murdered. "Well, here's the thing, Ronan. You don't have to keep me safe." "Why is that?" he murmured, brushing his knuckles across her cheek. She smiled at him, with all the heat spiraling through her. "Because you're teaching me how to protect myself." She grasped his shirt, yanked him closer. "You're not rushing me. You won't get this wrong. I want you, Ronan." Apparently he didn't need to hear more, and her acceptance was all he was waiting for. Desire warred within her as his lips crushed down on hers, and she knew right then and there that he was right. Ronan came with some warning labels. None of it scared her, because it was too late. She was already all in. 11. Ronan could only resist the alluring temptation of Nessa's lips for so long. Of all the things he thought were going on in her head, wanting him was not one of them. He had no idea if it was the right thing to do, letting her into his life, which could often be filled with darkness. But he ached for her warmth and couldn't deny it. As their tongues entwined, he silently promised himself to keep working on his recovery so that his PTSD would never hurt her. Urgently needing her, he swept her into his arms, feeling her body strain against him as she laughed and squealed in delight. Dex followed behind them as they entered the elevator and then made it into Ronan's apartment, uncaring of what was happening as he headed to his dog bed and curled up to sleep. After Ronan set her back down on her feet and locked the door behind them, he turned, finding Nessa looking into his eyes with an expression he couldn't place. "Will this be as exciting for you?" she asked. He raised an eyebrow in response. "Will what be exciting?" She gave a shy smile. "Having sex without being watched," she replied softly. Chuckling, Ronan said, "Touching you is all the excitement I need, Nessa." He swiftly closed the distance between them. His hands moved to caress her waist, pulling her close against his hardened length, showing her exactly what she did to him. The way she'd dressed for training had clearly been meant to tease him, and it had worked far better than she ever could have hoped. Uncontrolled desire rose inside of him as his gaze lingered on her curves, and he'd been hard and throbbing during the whole training session. Cupping her face, he asked curiously, "You never did tell me. Did you like being watched in the show?" Brushing his fingers over her plump bottom lip, he murmured, "Did it excite you?" A blush lit up her cheeks. Yes, it excited me," she said softly. Ronan grinned wickedly at her words. "Then I guess I should give the lady what she wants." Her breath caught as he kissed every place where he removed an article of clothing from, until it was trembling under his gentle caress. When he had her bare, wearing nothing but a sultry smile, her clothes scattered around them, he took a nipple into his mouth and flicked it with his tongue, while massaging the other breast. Nothing ever felt as right as when she arched into him, shoving her breast into his mouth. He stayed there, listening to the hitch of her breath, and then he began to trail kisses from one breast to the other, gripping them tightly until soft moans filled the air around them. Only then did he take her waist and press her against the glass window and drop to one knee in front of her. She gazed down at him with burning passion in her eyes. "Can people see us?" He answered with a nod and kissed below her belly button before meeting her gaze again. "Let them watch me taste your sweet pussy." She shivered in response. Taking one leg over his shoulder, he ran his tongue over her delicate flesh until she gasped in delight. He kept going, teasing her, letting his searing touch awaken her until she threaded her fingers into his hair and pulled him closer. Turning his head sideways, flicking her clit, he slid 2 fingers inside her, finding her drenched for him. His cock throbbed as he focused solely on the bundle of nerves and began pumping his fingers in time with his tongue. He kept going, studying her reactions, setting into a rhythm that brought her higher and higher toward release. Every lick had her shaking, every pump of his fingers made her moan, until she was rocking against his mouth, taking pleasure instead of waiting for it. He groaned against her sweet, slick arousal as she grabbed handfuls of his hair and broke into a climax, riding his face hard to completion. When she finally acknowledged him again, she lowered her hooded eyes, a certain spark of desire radiating between them. Her heated gaze tightened his groin as he rose and eagerly unbuttoned his shirt and tugged off his pants. She took the condom from him and unwrapped it from the foil. As she rolled it down over his shaft, he threw his head back and groaned. Her touch was fire, and he was dripping desire. With a sinful smile, she nudged him back toward the couch. "It's my turn to play," she rasped. "Play away, baby," he murmured, taking a seat against the soft cushion. She climbed atop with an eager moan, placing her hands on his shoulders. He dragged her into a deep, passionate kiss, leaving them both breathless as she positioned herself above him, her soft curves pressed against his every inch. Slowly, but purposefully, she swallowed him whole. His head fell back against the couch as her warmth encased him. He forced his eyes open as she began to ride him, taking in all of him. He reveled in the sight of her, the bouncing of her breasts, the delicate curves of her body, and the way pleasure consumed her, washing over her features. He lifted a hand, cupping her breast, squeezing firmly, one and then the other, her head falling back as she moaned. Intensity burned within him, blinding him with pleasure. He grunted and moved his hands along her thighs as she moved against him, intensifying the sensations, shattering him, until she started to lose steam, and he needed her to go faster. He locked his hands around her waist, giving her momentum with each thrust, up and down, making sure they reached the peak together. When finally she quivered in anticipation and he slowly raised himself from underneath, thrusting powerfully into her with a deep intensity that sent them catapulting over the edge, for many long moments, together. When he eventually crashed back to reality, he found her dropped down against him, her chest snug against his. Damn, he could get used to this. Gently he ran his fingertips up and down her spine. "I thought nothing could top your sweet side," he murmured in her ear. "But fuck, your fiery side is sexy as hell." She laughed but didn't move away from him. "To be honest, I never knew I had so much fire." He chuckled in response. "Wonder what else we can uncover." "Guess we'll have to find out," she rasped, pressing a soft kiss to his heaving chest. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense and come together. He realized that she brought sweetness into his life, and he gave her passion in return. And that made him realize that he could make her life better by being in it, easing some of the hesitation he had about being close to her. He tucked a finger under her chin, bringing her sleepy gaze to his. "I'm sorry if you felt like I didn't want you," he told her gently. "I'm just not very good at this. She injected with a tender smile. "We're looking out for me. I get that." "Of course. You understand me," he murmured. He leaned down and kissed her tenderly, but this kiss was different from the passionate one before. It was laced with a tenderness that he knew would never fade, and one that was becoming very addictive. 12. The next morning, Nessa awoke to Ronan cuddling her in his arms, feeling like she'd had the best sleep of her life. Despite the affection, she wasn't sure where they stood. Were they lovers or a couple? But instead of pondering the matter, she told herself to be patient with him and let him find his way at his own pace. Before she knew it, the morning whizzed by. She and Ronan had spent time in the gym, where he taught her some more self-defense techniques. She'd even taken him down to the mat a couple of times, and was as proud as his smile looked. Later, they'd visited Ollie, and he was soon being flown to the University of North Carolina's Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center to begin his new treatment. But she was beginning to feel restless. She missed her life, her work at the hospital, and helping people. She wanted her life back. While she appreciated this new life Ronan was showing her, she missed her routine. Right after she and Ronan had a long, steamy shower that had more to do with pleasure than washing, Hunt called and asked Ronan if he could come over. Nessa had hurried to dress, sure he had good news, until she saw Hunt's flat expression when he and Lottie arrived. "The police haven't found out anything yet?" she asked Hunt, feeling discouraged. Taking her seat next to Ronan on the couch after she fixed everyone coffee. Seated next to Lottie, Hunt pressed his lips together. He set his mug back onto the coffee table. "That's why I'm here. I don't want you to feel like nothing's being done. It is. It's just happening behind the scenes." Obviously, her wrecked emotions showed on her face, since Ronan placed a comforting hand on her thigh. "What are you saying, then?" he pressed Hunt. "I'm saying the case is being worked on," Hunt said. "Every minute, every day, your case has eyes on it." "Do you have a suspect?" Ronan persisted. Hunt hesitated before Lottie jumped in. She rolled her eyes. "What he's trying to say, without saying it, is they have somebody of interest that they're investigating." Hunt remained silent, seemingly not willing to break his oath as a police officer by agreeing or disagreeing with Lottie's statement. Even if she was desperate to return to her life, she respected Hunt for it. Regardless, she let out an exasperated sigh. "I have so many questions. I hate having no answers to them." Seated next to Hunt on the couch, Lottie offered up a reassuring smile. They'll get answers soon enough. She turned to Hunt with a knowing look. Right? Hunt gave a firm nod and smiled at Nessa again.
I promise you, the person who did this to you will be caught eventually. Just give us some more time. Do you trust me?
Nessa nodded back and returned his smile. Yes, of course I trust you.
Good. My gut tells me this will be all over soon, Hunt said with a stretch. This is the frustrating part of police work. Things just take time.
I understand that, Nessa said, eyeing the plant that had once been dying, now bounced back a little with her love, looking less droopy. She focused on Hunt again. And thank you, really, for all you're doing for me. I appreciate it. We love you, Nessa, Lottie said with a grin. You don't need to thank him. Hunt winked.
What Lottie said.
Well, thanks anyway, Nessa retorted. She wouldn't overlook everything that everyone was doing for her, and she hoped one day she could repay them. Lottie and Hunt exchanged a look, and then Hunt polished off his coffee and rose.
Thanks for the coffee, but we need to jet. Lottie needs to study for an exam. Also, if you're interested, we're doing a show at the club tonight, and we're wondering if you'd like to come too.
Come to watch them have sex, was what he wasn't saying aloud. All eyes turned toward Nessa as she blushed. But I'm not a member, she countered. Is it open to non-members to come and watch shows? Hunt wrapped an arm around Lottie and gave a knowing smile.
You're a part of the family now. Reese even said so. You're welcome at Phoenix anytime, if that is something you're interested in.
Nessa looked over to Ronan to see if that were true. He simply nodded in response. After a moment of thought, her answer was simple. I think I'd rather watch strangers, if that's all right with you.
That's absolutely acceptable, Hunt replied. We have a few friends who feel that same way in our group.
But you would like to visit Phoenix again? Lottie asked, eyes twinkling. Nessa's cheeks heated up as she looked at Lottie's expectant face. Her friend just wanted to experience this new, wild, passionate chapter with her, hoping it would bring joy to Nessa's life, as it had Lottie's. She nodded, a smile coming to her lips as she did. Great! Lottie exclaimed before enveloping her in a hug. Give me a call tomorrow and we'll go for coffee, she said, pulling away and looking into Nessa's face. There was no doubt that she also wanted gossip on what exactly happened between Nessa and Ronan since they'd left the barbecue. Obviously, his touchy hands were a clear giveaway that something had changed. They said quick goodbyes before Ronan closed the door. He then turned back to her with a heavy sigh and closed the distance between them.
I understand how difficult this must be for you, but Hunt paying us a visit today leads me to believe that they found their suspect. They are now likely working to build the case.
Nessa leaned into him for reassurance. Surely Hunt would say something if they did. Ronan shook his head, wrapping his arms around her.
He doesn't want to get your hopes up in case it all falls apart. Good cops don't name a suspect until they know for sure they got the right person, as wrongfully accusing someone can lead to irreversible consequences, and Hunt is a good cop.
It's admirable, Nessa admitted, yet at the same time annoying because I want answers.
I get that,
replied Ronan, tightly embracing her and planting a kiss on her head. Again, in this moment, all she felt was gratitude. Thank you for being here with me through all this, she said, resting her cheek against his chest, hearing the strong beats of his heart. I'm not sure what I would have done without you. He'd been her rock through it all. He pressed another kiss to her head.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, Nessa.
He finally leaned away with a deep breath, a faint smile tugging at his lips.
All right, then. Go get gussied up. We're going out.
We are? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise. He nodded, taking her hand in his.
I haven't taken you on a real date yet, so this is me fixing that.
A date? She repeated, making sure she heard him right. We're going on an actual date. He grinned mischievously.
Isn't that what people do when they're dating?
She locked eyes with him, searching for the hidden meaning behind his words. Are you asking me to be your girlfriend? He chuckled and asked, What would you say if I did ask? Smiling, she pressed her hands against his chest. I don't think I can answer that until after our first date. Eyes twinkling, he kissed her slowly and properly before moving away.
Then let's start with a place where Dex won't cause any trouble.
She grinned up at him. Bringing a four-legged friend on a first date? That's sure to win any gal over. But who was she kidding? She was already won over. He lightly placed his hand on the small of her back, drawing her closer.
I have all the tricks up my sleeve to make this date one for the books.
She laughed in response. That won't be hard. The bar is set low after all the awful dates I've been on.
Then that puts even more pressure on me to exceed your expectations, he said tenderly.
She leaned even closer, relishing his strength and heat. How exactly do you plan on doing that? He brought his mouth close to hers and murmured,
by making this date so great that you'll never need to go on another first date again.
That thought sent her heart fluttering, and he sealed the moment with a kiss, washing away all her worries that her attacker was still on the loose. In the trendy restaurant, only a block away from his building, Ronan sat at the reclaimed wood high-top table and took a swig of his beer and set it down, staring at the hallway Nessa had headed down. The restaurant had a modern and eclectic vibe, with an exposed brick backdrop and large floor-to-ceiling windows. Tonight the restaurant was crowded, laughter and voices carrying through the space. The date had been better than even he could have planned. Somehow, Nessa made everything easy. For the first time that he could ever remember, his guard never slammed back up. He felt in sync with her, and happy. Until the minutes began to tick by since she'd left. He furrowed his brows and checked his watch. Nessa had been gone for 5 minutes. He grabbed his beer again and took another gulp. Dex whimpered softly. Ronan bent over and gave his dog a pat on the head.
I know,
he told Dex sympathetically.
I don't like when she leaves either.
And he hated the way his chest squeezed, a reminder that his PTSD was never too far away. Anything else? The 40-something waitress appeared by the table, her gaze traveling from Ronan to Dex.
Just the bill, please.
Sure thing, hon. I'll bring that right out, she said before disappearing to the other side of the restaurant. Suddenly, hot flushes ran through him, causing his heart rate to quicken. He swallowed hard against the rush of heat. He had no reason to worry about Nessa, no reason to think anything was wrong. But the panic suddenly creeping through his soul wouldn't listen. Dex licked Ronan's hand. Blinking rapidly, Ronan lifted his head to find the waitress looking at him with concern. Sir, are you all right? She asked.
Yeah, sorry,
Ronan muttered, realizing the waitress had returned with the portable debit machine. He fished out his wallet from his back pocket and tapped away at the buttons. She thanked him, wishing him well, and headed to another table. A wave of panic crashed over Ronan, causing his head to swim. Dex whined again, while licking Ronan's hand, grounding him in the present moment like nothing else could. But even with the sense of doom lingering over him, the dread pulsing through his veins meant something was wrong. He couldn't deny this feeling, not now, nor ever before. As soon as Ronan pushed off his stool, he knew what he had to do. Follow Nessa down that hallway and see what was wrong. He'd had food poisoning before and wondered if that's what delayed her. But he also knew panic and wondered if her worries about her case had caught up with her. He dashed toward the women's washroom, pushing open the door. "Excuse me," a woman yelled as she stood at the sink washing her hands, shooting him an icy glare. He didn't stop to respond, but shouted, "Nessa!" He was met with silence. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to enter the washroom and peeked inside each stall before finally realizing she was not in the bathroom. His heart raced as he hurriedly searched every corner of the restaurant, but she was nowhere in sight. Frantic now, he rushed around the restaurant, asking everyone if they'd seen her, until one of the servers said the last thing he wanted to hear. "She left with a guy out the back door." In a split second, Ronan was overcome by rage. The panic he felt earlier had been replaced by an understanding that his suspicions were correct. Somehow, her attacker had found her, and he'd taken her. Stepping onto the pavement outside, Ronan hastily grabbed his phone with shaky fingers and dialed Hunt. "She's gone,"
he said breathlessly. "Who's gone?" Hunt asked. "Nessa." It was clear that Hunt didn't want to go into detail over the phone, as he said, "Meet me at Phoenix." Ronan jumped in a taxi with Dex and sped off. By the time they reached Phoenix and went through the front doors of the cigar club, then entered a door at the back and hurried down the stone stairs, Ronan's skin was crawling. What he had been desperately trying to avoid had happened. He hadn't been able to keep Nessa safe. As Dex ran alongside him, Ronan sped down the hallway until he arrived at Reese's office. Inside, Hunt, Reese, Archer, and Hawk were in conversation with a woman Ronan had never seen before. "Ronan, this is Penny," Archer said, introducing her as a private investigator. Retired from the United States Army Special Forces, Archer had short, stylish brown hair, sharp features, and wise dark blue eyes. He exchanged a brief hello before asking anxiously, "Do you have something?" Penny tapped away on the keyboard before spinning it around to show them what she'd found. "Yes, I have a video." Ronan stepped up to the monitor and saw a man gripping Nessa's arm while they emerged from the back door of the restaurant. Fury coiled inside him as he watched. "It's pretty clear she was taken against her will," Penny confirmed. "He has a gun." She clicked another button and magnified the image. Ronan shook with fury. "Who is that?" "Dr. Mitchell Graff," Hunt said. "The detectives have been closing in on him." No one needed to say that perhaps that's what drove him to abduct her. It echoed in the air around them. "I'm going to kill him," Ronan snarled as he gazed upon the gun being pressed into Nessa's side. Looking back at Penny, he asked, "Do you have an address where she's being held?" She nodded in confirmation. "I suspect he's bringing her to his cottage in northern New Jersey. It's about an hour from here." She pushed another button. Ronan looked back at the screen, watching the car driving on the highway that Penny had traced. It was obvious the police planted a tracking device on his car. "He's going in that direction," she said, "and it's the only other property he owns." Ronan's nostrils flared. "Who the fuck is this guy?" Hunt answered. "He's a doctor that she works with. From what we've learned, she went on a date with him. He left the restaurant and then attacked her." Ronan couldn't even wrap his head around that, but rarely did criminals' actions make sense. Penny added, "I have reports of countless misconducts that were ignored. He has displayed aggressive, stalkerish behavior previously." Archer announced, "We've been paying attention to the doctor since we got word that he was our suspect." Ronan asked carefully, "How did you find out he was a suspect?" Penny smiled, giving Hunt a quick look. "You don't want to know." Ronan didn't need to hear more. Obviously, she'd hacked the police files. Rage began to rise in Ronan as he glared at Hunt. "You knew who he was, and you didn't give me any information." Archer interjected before Hunt could reply, saying, "It's not his fault, Ronan. Calm down. Penny prefers to keep her identity secret, so we couldn't tell you that we were also working things out on our end. We've been closing in on him, but he's been playing it safe until tonight." Ronan bit back his question about why she was there now against her will if they'd had this under control. He followed Archer's suggestion and consciously took in some deep breaths, while Dex whined at his feet, nudging him. "Thank you for coming and helping us out," he finally expressed, glancing toward Penny. "I understand how valuable your privacy is to you." To Archer and Hunt he added a simple, "Thank you for working on this, for finding her." Both men gave a slight nod of understanding. Ronan stared at the screen, his eyes glued to the image of the weapon pressed against Nessa as she was forced out of the door. This battle was different from any he'd been in before. This was personal. He couldn't save his mother, but he could save Nessa. He dug his fingers into his hair and declared, "Send me the address. I'm going there now." He made to leave, but Hunt shot up from his chair and stopped him by grabbing his arm. "You need to do this within legal bounds. Let me call it in." "No way," Penny shouted, drawing all eyes toward her. "You will not expose me to the authorities. How are you going to explain how you obtained this information?" "We're doing this to save Nessa's life," Ronan ground out. Penny gritted her teeth, clearly determined to not back down, glaring at the men around her as if she could ruin their lives with one click of her keyboard. She sent a glare at Reese.
You promised my protection.
I did, Reese agreed, shaking his head slowly. I'm sorry, Hunt, but Penny is right. You can't call this in. Besides, Hawk cut in, we don't need the police. He grinned at Ronan, his eyes burning with the need to hunt. 2 SEALs against 1 doctor. Seems to me our chances of success are more than good enough.
Ronan nodded in agreement. Hunt began to object, but Archer interjected.
You need to think outside the box on how you obtained this information, he said. Let me get you on a chopper that can fly you into New Jersey. I'll arrange a car to be left for you. Talk this over on the way and come up with a solid explanation of how you found her.
Ronan appreciated the trust Archer had in him. He shot Penny a look.
The address, please.
Then Ronan's phone beeped to indicate the arrival of the address, and he said to her,
Your secret is safe with me.
Thank you, she replied, offering a gentle smile before Ronan began to leave the room with Hawk on his heels. Hunt tried to stop him one last time by taking hold of his arm again, looking into Ronan's eyes intently and warning him sternly.
Don't kill him. You won't get away with that, and I won't be able to help you.
Ronan answered.
Understood.
Before heading out with Hawk, feeling an intense rage swell within him at the thought that he couldn't kill the bastard who dare put a gun on Nessa. Though he took sweet satisfaction in knowing that Hunt never said anything about hurting the prick. 13. Nessa surveyed the cramped bedroom, with its narrow bed pushed against one wall and a bucket tucked in the corner. She struggled to comprehend the identity of her attacker, Dr. Mitchell Graff, the man she'd been out on a date with just before the attack. She strained to recall the details of the evening, searching for any indication that he would hurt her, but came up empty. He had seemed like he might have a god complex, but from what she'd seen of him, he was dedicated to healing people. None of this made any sense. They drove for what seemed like an eternity. He had placed her lying down in the back seat and handcuffed her hands together. He also duct-taped her mouth before the ride, luckily removing it when they arrived at his place. As the door to the bedroom squeaked, she scuttled back on the bed, pushing herself as far away from the entrance as possible. Mitch had a gun. Not that she could see it, and he had threatened to kill her and Ronan if she didn't go with him. Despite her terror, she still held on to the hope that each moment brought Ronan closer to her. "Why are you doing this, Mitch?" she asked. "You are a good doctor."
"Being a good doctor has nothing to do with it," he spat. "And I'm not just a good doctor. I'm the best doctor." She recoiled at the sinister look spreading over his face, filling her with dread and ice-cold fear. There was no denying it. The man holding her captive was pure evil. "Why did you attack me?" she asked, trying to control the tremble in her voice. "I don't understand any of this. You took me on a date. You left. Why are you doing this?" His gaze narrowed on her. "You are mine to take, to consume, to own, any way I want." There was no reasoning, she realized. Not with a madman. No logic could ever explain this. She knew she didn't want to know the answer, and yet she couldn't stop herself from asking. "Why did you bring me here?" "You already know why," he said, pushing the door shut and standing against it. His gaze was dark and unreadable. "You should never have gone out with him. Let him touch you like that." Disgust dripped off his tone. She was stunned by the fact that he had been watching her with Ronan. It occurred to her then that he'd clearly been stalking her ever since the attack, that even him charming her into a first date had all been part of his plan. He found a thrill in all of it. "Please let me go," she cried. "I won't tell anyone you attacked me, I swear." A nasty smirk spread across his face. "It's too late now. There is no way out," he announced, taking a step closer to her. "Tonight, I will redeem you, Nessa. Make you mine once more." She recoiled from every motion he made. Then something shifted inside her, a kind of strength that Ronan had given her.
She wasn't the same woman who had fallen into his trap because of her willingness to trust people. She had the capability to stop him. Ronan had coached her in self-defense techniques, and she was determined not to let this guy get close enough to hurt her. Only 2 outcomes remained. He'd keep her there and rape her, or he'd rape and kill her. Neither was an option she'd endure. Taking a few moments to center herself and summon up her courage, she inhaled deeply as he began to close in on her. "Don't fight me, or I will get rough." Not letting him finish, she launched herself off the bed and into action, her knee connecting with his groin with a loud thud. She felt his body jerk in pain before she swiftly used the palm of her hand to drive it upward into his nose with an ear-piercing crack. The blow sent rivers of blood cascading down his face as he screamed out in agony. Mitch bellowed after her, but she wasted no time sprinting for the door. It seemed like ages as she whisked it open, then ran down the stairs, finally reaching the front door. Her fingers were trembling as she fumbled with the lock, and finally it opened with a click, and she shot out, sprinting for the woods, without looking back. She only got a few steps into the safety of the shadows when 2 strong arms grabbed her from behind. She fought against them with all her might. "Be still. It's me," Ronan said quietly. "You're safe, Nessa." A wave of relief washed over her at his voice, and she spun around in his embrace. "Ronan," she cried. He held her tight, like he'd never let go, and she only hoped that was true. "Are you hurt?" he asked. She shook her head quickly, keeping her voice quiet. "I think I broke his nose." He smiled proudly at her. "Atta girl." But then a distant yell pierced the night. "Nessa!" Fear coursed through her veins again, and she clung tighter to Ronan. That's when Hawk stepped out of the shadows next to them. Nessa didn't know him well, having only met him a few times at parties with Lottie's friends, but she knew he was an ex-SEAL. It was only then that she realized both Ronan and Hawk were decked out in military gear, wearing all black and carrying large weapons. She had a million questions, like how they found her, how they got here so fast. But as Mitch roared her name again, she silenced them. Ronan took her by the shoulders. "Is there anyone else in there, or just him?" He growled the latter. "Just Mitch," she whispered. "All right," Ronan said, guiding her to a nearby tree. "Sit here, cover your ears," he directed firmly before lifting his gun into the air. "Don't leave me," Nessa pleaded anxiously. "You're safe," he said, taking her chin, staring right at her. "Hawk will be here with you. He'll take him down before he gets close." "Okay," she managed to say through her tight throat. When he went to rise, she whispered after him fearfully, "What are you going to do?" "Stop him," he said, before setting off toward the source of the roar. She kept her eyes closed, only able to hear crickets chirping in the darkness. Ronan crept up like a shadow, not making a single noise. Not a crackle of leaves or twigs snapped under his boots. Hawk stepped closer to Nessa, tracking Ronan's movements. "It's going to be all right, Nessa. I see him. He's closing in. Mitch is on the porch." The crickets around her grew so still. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. Then Hawk whispered, 10 feet. 5. 3. Before she could open her eyes, 2 shots were fired, and a loud cry filled the air. 14. As the dawn light spread across the sky, Nessa slid into Ronan's bed, curling up and settling in as Dex dropped down into his own bed, while Ronan went to the bathroom and ran a face cloth under hot water. Nessa looked far past exhausted, and her emotions seemed battered. All of which he understood. He felt the same way. When Ronan had called in Nessa's abduction and the shooting that injured Mitch with a shot to the leg and shoulder, police and EMS had descended on Mitch's house within minutes. The scene turned chaotic, with officers screaming at them to raise their hands. One by one they'd walked toward the awaiting police cars and had been taken into custody. Nessa had only been in handcuffs for a short time until the police realized she was the victim. He and Hawk had stayed handcuffed, stripped of their weapons, and put into the back of police cruisers. The interrogations had been long and exhausting, but in the end, they had all given their report of the incident. And Hunt had arrived to show his support of Ronan and Hawk, and gave his report of what he knew. It all had come together perfectly. Ronan told the detectives he suspected the doctor of attacking Nessa and had placed a tracker on his car. To prove his word, he gave them proof, showing a video of a live feed of the tracker that led them to Mitch's house in New Jersey. Only they didn't know that Archer had sent him the video from Penny while they were on the helicopter flying to New Jersey. Considering Ronan and Hawk were both retired Navy SEALs, the police took them at their word, but Ronan knew he'd undergo many more interviews. Hunt told them there would be another long investigation, and that the police would likely reach out again with more questions after they searched Mitch's house and office at the hospital. There was a part of him that disliked withholding the truth from the police. The other part knew the only person who deserved to be in jail was Mitch. No doubt where he'd end up after he recovered from the gunshots. With a sigh, Ronan turned off the faucet, wrung out the washcloth, and Nessa stirred from the sudden movement on the bed as he sat down. He placed a hot towel on her forehead. "This is ridiculous," she told him. "I'm fine." "Hot compresses reduce stress in your body and help you relax," he said. "Even nurses sometimes need to be taken care of. You've had a tough day today." She let out an exasperated breath, but the tension relaxed in her expression. "I wasn't even hurt, Ronan." "Thank goodness for that," he murmured, kissing her softly on the cheek. "Let me take care of you, Nessa." "I'm not very good at being taken care of," she grumbled. "Well, start getting used to it," he answered simply. She held his gentle stare as he placed a hand over the hot towel. "You found me," she said. "Not just me," he said softly. "But yes." "Guess that takes a big weight off your shoulders, huh?" He ran his hand over her head, wishing he could keep her right there in his bed forever. Safe. "What do you mean?" Her mouth twitched. "You said before that the reason you worried about us being together was because you were scared you couldn't keep me safe." He wasn't sure what point she was trying to make, but he raised an eyebrow at her. "You were kidnapped." "True," she said with a tremulous smile. "But you rescued me." With a gentle caress of his knuckles against her cheek, he shook his head. "I didn't save you, Nessa. You saved yourself." "I was pretty badass out there." She kept his face in her hands, her warm affection spilling from her touch. "But I knew you'd come for me." He stared at her, long and hard, finally understanding something that had probably been clear from the very start, if he had only paid closer attention. "You know why I was there, don't you? Why I would never give up looking for you." She leaned into his touch tenderly. "Why?" "Because I love you," he murmured. Sweet happiness lit up her eyes, and he hoped to see it every day after this moment. "I love you too," she breathed. Emotion hit his chest hard as his lips met hers. He opened his heart fully to Nessa, offering her something he had never shared with anyone else, a part of his soul, where there was no trauma, no pain. He kept the kiss short, much shorter than she obviously wanted. As he began to move away, she clutched his neck and held him there. "Nessa," he murmured gently, "you need your rest." She looked at him with a desperation that was starting to break down his walls of restraint. "What I need more than anything now is for you to be as close as you can be," she said softly. "I want you." "Is that what you really need?" he asked, cradling her face in both his hands. Her cheeks filled with stunning color. "Yes, Ronan, you're all that I need." He tried to do the honorable thing and let her rest, taking care of her well-being first and foremost. But he couldn't deny that he needed her touch as well. Giving in to her plea, he drew closer and sealed his mouth to hers. They slowly undressed each other until they were both naked. He removed the warm towel from her head before settling himself between her legs. His kisses were deep, yet never heightened beyond gentle affection. All he wanted from her was everything, every inch of her body, every single moment together,
every moan. He kissed her neck tenderly, feeling her body tremble beneath him in anticipation, gently guiding himself into her entrance. He felt a surge of pleasure when he encountered her already slick desire. "Can I take you, Bear?" he whispered into her ear, sending shivers through her body. "Yes, I have an IUD," she purred, thrusting her hips toward him and taking the tip of his cock inside her. Ronan forced himself to focus as he looked up into her eyes. "Are you sure, Nessa?" Her heated gaze answered him before she uttered a single word and wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him deep within her heated depths. Ronan groaned with delight as the warmth of her surrounded him, and he allowed himself to surrender completely. He moved slowly, his lips caressing her mouth as he carefully eased himself inside of her, all the way to the hilt. His hips glided against hers in a passionate yet gentle dance. He did not thrust hard and fast, instead savoring every inch of her with deliberate movements that filled her up until she trembled with pleasure beneath him. He drew out the moment, making sure each stroke was felt deeply within her. He feasted hungrily on her moans as he opened his eyes to meet hers. The deep love and passion in her gaze drove him wild, spurring him on with an insatiable urgency. He shifted his weight onto one arm while he rocked against her. Closer. That's all he craved. He enveloped her in his strong embrace, cocooning her in the safety of his arms. She gazed up at him, a sparkle of joy in her eyes. She tenderly ran her fingertips through his hair, evoking an electric surge across his body. He had been so frightened that he would taint her somehow, that his darkness would devour her. But now he knew nothing would ever come between them again. She was his everything, and he was hers. Rising arousal filled him as he devoured her with passionate abandon, claiming her body and soul as his own. He surged forward, thrusting deep. She writhed beneath him, her tight core clamped around him, caressing and milking him with her climax until he was roaring his release. When they crashed back to reality, he embraced her tightly, wishing he could keep her safe there forever. Yet when he heard her whimper, he pulled away in an instant, watching as tears filled her eyes. There were no questions about how she was feeling, questions he doubted she would be able to answer anyway. Instead, he hugged her close and gave her something he wondered if his mother had longed for before her death. A loving embrace that promised safety as she shed her pain. "I love you, Nessa," he whispered in her ear. "I love you. You're safe." 15. As Nessa stared out the passenger side window while Ronan drove, her smile grew wider. While a gorgeous sunny day with white fluffy clouds could always put her in a good mood, things in her life had drastically improved over the last month. Mitch had healed from his gunshot wounds at the hospital before being taken away to prison. To her relief, he had accepted a 15-year sentence deal for the abduction and the assault instead of dealing with a lengthy trial. She was grateful not to have to deal with lawyers, testifying, and everything in between. Glancing next to her, her heart skipped a beat as Ronan rested a hand on top of the steering wheel. Within a week of Mitch's arrest, she'd moved in with Ronan permanently, renting out her place, and she realized that she'd found what she'd been searching for. Love. She found it under the most unusual circumstances, and yet, somehow, without the attack, she wasn't sure if she and Ronan would have ever taken that big leap into a relationship. She looked back out the front window as Ronan slowed the truck. On a vibrant tree-lined street in the Bronx, Ronan pulled his truck to a stop next to a beautiful house, blending historical character and modern charm. She exited, walking on the sidewalk, admiring the small front yard, lovingly tended to, with beautiful flower beds. Ronan opened the back door of his truck, and Dex jumped out, hurrying over the grass to see about his business before coming back to Ronan. "You ready?" Ronan asked her, sliding his hand into hers. Nessa gave a firm nod. "I'm ready."
It had been 4 long weeks since Ollie had left for the University of North Carolina's Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center to receive treatment with the experimental drug. But before they left, Katrina had found this home to rent. In the past weeks, Katrina had called and said Ollie was doing better, but Nessa only dared to hope. She knew the reality of the situation. From the drug trials, only a small percentage of the children had seen their cancer go into remission. They climbed the porch steps, and Ronan knocked on the front door painted in a pastel green color. When the door opened, Katrina shined brighter than Nessa had ever seen before. "Nessa," Katrina said, pulling her close for a warm hug. "It's so good to see you," Nessa said, embracing her back. "This house is so cute." "Right?" Katrina beamed. She greeted Ronan with the same warm hug before turning to Nessa again. "We're really loving it here. It's in a good school district for when Ollie's ready to return." Nessa held back tears. Even the mention of Ollie returning to school eventually was something no one thought would happen again. "Speaking of him, where is Ollie?" "In the living room playing video games," Katrina said. Nessa's eyes watered, and Katrina latched onto her hand, saying, "I know. It's been an emotional roller coaster for me, too." Because a child playing a video game was such a normal thing, and Ollie deserved all these normal things. "Come on in, then. Let me take you to see him," Katrina said, shutting the door behind them. Nessa kicked off her shoes, as did Ronan, and Nessa followed Katrina down the hallway. When she stepped into the living room, which was flooded with daylight through its large windows, she was instantly enveloped in a bright and welcoming atmosphere. In the center of the room sat a plush sofa covered with cozy throw pillows. A coffee table sat nearby, serving as a gathering point for books and coasters. "Nessa?" Ollie gasped, leaping from the couch, abandoning his controller as he dashed toward her. "Oh, Ollie," Nessa said, her voice catching with emotion. "I missed you so much." He squeezed her tight, harder than he ever had been able to hug her before. Even his voice sounded exuberant, filled with life. Nessa glanced at Katrina before the tears she'd fought in her eyes spilled over. "The treatment is working?" Katrina nodded, taking a seat on the couch. "It's working, Nessa. The drug is killing the cancer. We have you to thank for that." "Not just me," she corrected, looking back at Ronan as he sat on the chair opposite them. He smiled warmly, but stayed silent. Ollie suddenly broke away and quickly ran over to Dex, who began licking his face. The room was suddenly filled with warm laughter, and Nessa's heart was filled with happiness, which was only magnified when Katrina said, "I'm not sure how I'll ever repay you for what you've done. You've loved Ollie like he's your own child. I'll never forget that." "You don't need to repay me," Nessa said, taking a seat on the couch. "Seeing Ollie healthy is payment enough." "I think you need something more," Ollie said with a sheepish grin. Nessa noted the twinkle in his eye. "What do I need?" she asked. "A family of your own," he stated matter-of-factly. Nessa parted her lips, but Ronan interjected. "He's not the only one who thinks that." She looked between them all suspiciously, realizing that they had something up their sleeves. "Is that so?" Ollie nodded. "Ronan said he's going to give you that." Nessa flushed. "Did he now?" "Actually, yeah, I did," Ronan said, grinning from ear to ear. "Right, Ollie?" "Yes, that's right," he replied with a nod. When Katrina smiled through tears, placing a hand over her heart, Nessa sensed time slow, fully understanding that her life would change from this moment forward. Holding her gaze with a tenderness she'd never seen before, Ronan gave a short whistle to Dex, who walked over from his spot next to Ollie. Ronan slowly crouched down next to his dog, rubbing his head as he spoke to Nessa. "You know how important Dex is to me. He's like my brother, my family, my rock." His gaze shifted up to her from his crouched position, steadiness spreading across his features. "The night at the restaurant, Dex knew you were gone." He was sensitive not to frighten Ollie too much with details of the abduction. "And he realized before I did
He whined, looking out for you as if to tell me something was going on. Nessa felt a wave of emotion ripple through her body as each word of Ronan's touched her heart, while he continued. Dex has been my lifeline when times have been tough. And you, Nessa, you've been my light in the darkness. He paused for a moment, clearly fighting the emotion filling his voice. Dex and I need you. You bring joy into our lives in a way I have never experienced before. I need jogs that end in surprise hot dogs. I need the love you share with everyone. And Dex needs you too. Her breath caught in her throat as he got down on one knee and pulled out a velvet box from his pocket containing a beautiful princess-cut diamond ring. Nessa, will you marry me? It suddenly dawned on her that the most unhappy moment of her life had led to the two best results. She'd found love with Ronan, and Ollie had been granted a future. And somehow things happened exactly as they were meant to. Yes, she said, extending her hand. Yes, I'll marry you, Ronan. Ronan smiled brightly, standing up to place the ring around her finger. With a passionate kiss that left her breathless, she heard Dex barking and Ollie and Katrina clapping. The tenderness of their kiss revealed a love she had only dreamed of having, a love that transcended time, pain, and even trauma. A love that brought light into darkness. Epilogue. Seated at one of the round tables in the cigar club, Ronan watched with a smile as Nessa embraced Penny. Two bartenders were diligent behind the bar, restocking the fridges for the busy evening ahead. Thank you for finding me, Nessa said, emotion thick in her voice. No need to thank me, Penny replied, leaning away. I'm just glad that you're safe. Penny had been hesitant about meeting up with Nessa, but Ronan kept urging her until she consented. Nessa wanted to thank the person who ultimately led to her rescue, and he was grateful to Penny for allowing it, only under the promise Nessa would never speak of it again. He didn't blame Penny, but he thought she was more secretive than anyone he'd known before, even some spies. She only came to the club today because it wasn't open to the public, and she could pretend she was part of the staff. That woman held secrets. Ronan had a slight curiosity to know them, but since Penny found Nessa, he let it all go. She clearly was fighting the good fight. Nessa exhaled slowly, taking a seat on the chair at the round table. I don't want to think of what could have happened if Ronan and Hawk weren't out there for me when I escaped. Ronan stayed silent because he had no doubt that if Mitch had managed to capture her again, she wouldn't have made it out alive. The authorities were aware of this too, since after a thorough investigation, Ronan was absolved from any charges as they deemed his actions self-defense. Penny took Nessa's hand and squeezed it gently. I did some research today, and more charges are forthcoming against Mitchell Graff. The police are putting together a few cases with other assaults and rapes linked to him. I guess they have DNA from the rape kits. He'll be put away for a long time. That's a relief, Nessa commented. Thank you for telling me. Growing curious, Ronan asked, were the other attacks in public areas too? That was one part that still made no sense. Penny nodded. Not his early attacks, but with each one he got more daring, like part of the thrill was almost getting caught. That's so sick, Nessa muttered. Very sick, Ronan agreed with a nod. Right then, Reese, Archer, and Hawk exited the back room and caught Ronan's attention. Reese glanced his way and waved him over to an empty table nearby. Sorry, ladies, I'll be back in just a minute, Ronan said before heading over. Nessa gave him a nod before going back to talking with Penny, as though his interruption hadn't occurred. Ronan made his way to the table, noticing the frowns on everyone's faces. What's up? He asked, taking a seat beside Hawk. We found a bug today in the main room, Reese explained in a grim tone. The tunnels held a few rooms where the shows took place, but the main room, where Ronan had been with Nessa, was the largest. Surprised at this news, Ronan replied, Someone placed it after the show last night? Every day, the entire cigar club and every inch of the tunnels were searched for bugs and cameras,
Ever since a member had gotten in a camera once to frame her husband, Reese had locked down security even tighter than it had been before.
"That's our assumption," Archer answered. "But how the fuck would they even get it in here? Everyone is scanned before coming in." "I don't understand why anyone would do this," Reese grumbled, tension radiating off his features. Hawk said, "It would make sense if we had trouble lately, but there's been nothing. No issues with any of the members." Reese agreed with a nod. "We also haven't had any new members for the past few months, and none of this makes any sense." Ronan considered it, looking at this from every angle. "So this was either an ex-member or someone from a recent performance?" Members rarely changed, but participants in the shows changed often, after strict background checks that would make the military look easygoing. Everyone at the table nodded, but it was Reese who said, "I'm leaning toward it being someone from a recent show, but I won't rule out it being an existing member. We need to know why they placed a bug there." Hawk questioned, "How were you planning on doing that?" Right then, Archer looked over at the table where Nessa and Penny were sitting, with Nessa now walking away toward the restroom. The moment the door shut behind Nessa, Archer called out to Penny. She immediately got up and joined them. "You all look miserable," she said. Reese explained, "We need your help. We discovered a bug in the club earlier." Penny responded with shock evident on her face and gave a low whistle. "Damn, I thought this place was a fortress." Then the surprise faded, and she cocked her head at Reese. "Exactly what do you want me to do?" she asked. "Find out who planted it there," Reese stated firmly. Penny gave him a long stare. "You do realize that I'm going to have to dig into the members' lives intimately, right?" Reese's jaw tightened in response. Ronan knew giving her full access to his members went against all the rules he had set up. Even so, Reese eventually said, "I need to uncover why that bug was put here. Do what you must do." He tapped the table with his knuckles and then walked toward the back door that led to his office. Archer observed Nessa walking toward them before he said, "This needs to be resolved quickly." He gestured toward Hawk. "Hawk, help Penny on this, in case she gets too close to someone who isn't happy about it." "On it," Hawk said. Ronan fought a smile as Hawk flashed Penny a mischievous look and said, "Use me how you want." Penny fixed him with a serious expression, replying, "I have no idea why you look so excited. I'm going to put you on surveillance work." A laugh escaped Archer as Nessa reached their table, and Ronan chuckled too. Surveillance was long, boring work. After greeting Nessa, Archer said to Hawk, "Keep me posted," before following Reese out of the cigar club. A moment of silence drifted across the four of them as Penny and Hawk eyed each other with obvious tension. "Are you ready to begin now?" she eventually asked him. "Always ready and willing," he replied with an enthusiastic grin. She sighed and rolled her eyes. "Men," she mumbled beneath her breath. To Nessa, she said, "Thank you for the drink." "Hopefully we can get together again soon," Nessa suggested. "You should come to one of the barbecues sometime." Penny hesitated before shrugging slightly. Yeah, maybe sometime." Then she rapidly left through the front door, with Hawk hot on her heels, and Nessa watched them go before turning back toward Ronan. "She seems reluctant to socialize with us." "Don't take it personally," Ronan countered. "I think she prefers to be alone most of the time. Probably a habit of being a PI. I suspect trusting people might be hard." He moved closer and embraced her in his arms. "But I have a suspicion Hawk might alter that situation." "Okay, right," Nessa said with a laugh. "I wasn't alone in thinking there was something brewing there." "Oh, there is something brewing there, for sure," Ronan agreed. He gazed at her lips, admiring her beautiful smile. "But I'm more interested in what's brewing between us." She hummed in agreement. "I like the sound of that." "Thought you might," he said with a chuckle, before sealing his mouth against hers in a passionate kiss that reminded him she wasn't only part of his life. She was intertwined with his soul. Forever. About the author.
Stacey Kennedy is a USA Today best-selling author who writes contemporary romances full of heat, heart, and happily ever after. With over 50 titles published, her books have hit Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and Apple Books bestseller lists. Stacey lives with her husband and 2 children in southwestern Ontario, in a city that's just as charming as any of the small towns she creates. Most days you'll find her enjoying the outdoors with her family or venturing into the forest with her horse Clementine. Stacey's just as happy curled up indoors, where she writes surrounded by her lazy dogs. She believes that sexy books about hot cowboys or alpha heroes can fix any bad day, but wine and chocolates help too. Acknowledgements. To my husband, my children, family, friends, and bestie, it's easy to write about love when there is so much love around me. Big thanks to my readers for all their support and friendships, my editor, Lexi Smale, for being her amazing self who sprinkles her magic all over my books, my agent, Jessica Alvarez, for her endless support, my cover artist, Regina Wamba, who always blows me away with the covers for this series, Shayla Black, Sierra Cartwright, my sprinting buddies who keep me focused and make my writing days fun, Kennedy Lane, the best writing buddy a girl could ask for, Carrie Ann Ryan,